Valmiki sang that in days of yore there were two mighty kingdoms in sun-bright Hindustan, and these were Koshala, whose king was Dasharata, father of Rama, and Mithila, which was ruled over by Janaka, the father of beauteous Sita. Now the capital of Koshala was Ayodhya, which shone in splendor like to Indra's celestial city. It had wide streets with large dwellings, richly decorated temples towering like mountains, and grand and noble palaces. In the palace gardens there were numerous birds and flowers, shady groves of fruit trees, and lakes gemmed with bee-loved lotuses. The soft winds were wont to beat back the white water blooms from the honey bees, as coy maidens are withheld by the impulses of modesty from their eager lovers. Birds disported on the gleaming lakes. Kingfishers were angered to behold themselves mirrored in the depths, thinking they gazed upon rivals, and ruffled the water with their flapping wings. The city of Ayodhya was full of prosperous and happy people. Maharaja Dasharata, who was of the solar race, dwelt in a stately palace. It was surrounded by strong walls and guarded by 1,000 warriors fierce as flames of consuming fire, and ever watchful like to mountain lions which protect their dens. 8 sage counselors served the monarch with devotion, and he had 2 family priests, Vashishta and Vamadeva. But although Dasharata was mighty and powerful and prospered greatly, his heart was full of sorrow, because that no son had been born to him by either of his 3 queens, Koshala, Kaikeyi, and Sumitra. At length Dasharata resolved to perform the Ashwamedha, so that the gods might be prevailed upon to grant him an heir who would perpetuate his race. When his will was made known to the queens, their faces brightened as the lotus brightens at the promise of spring. So it came to pass that a horse was let loose on the night of the full moon of the month of Joitro. A Brahmin accompanied it, and, after wandering for a full year, the animal returned again to the kingdom. Many Rajas attended the ceremony, which took place on the north bank of the Sarayu River. 21 sacrificial posts were set up for the birds and beasts and reptiles which were to be offered up besides the horse, and there were 18 homa pits. When the fire was kindled upon the altar, Koshala, the chief queen, slew the horse with the sacred scimitar, while the Brahmins chanted mantras. All night long Koshala and Kaikeyi, wives of the Maharaja, sat beside the horse's body, as was needful in performance of the rite. Portions of the flesh were duly given to the fire, and when the ceremony was completed, Dasharata awarded great gifts of kine and treasure to the Brahmins. An oblation was afterwards offered to the gods, who came to the place of sacrifice with the music-loving Gandharvas, the celestial saints, the Siddhas, and 7 Devarishis. Brahma came with Vishnu and Shiva, and Indra came also with the hastening Maruts. Ere they departed, the gods promised that 4 sons would be born to Dasharata. After this, Indra and the other gods journeyed to the heaven of Brahma, and spake regarding Ravana, the monarch of rakshasas, who had his dwelling in Lanka. Now Ravana had performed such great penances that Brahma rendered him invulnerable to gods and demons, with the result that the demon made Yama, god of death, his slave, and put Agni and Vayu and the sun and moon under subjection. Indeed, he oppressed all the gods and obstructed sacrifices and despoiled the Brahmins. So Indra and other minor deities entreated Brahma to deliver them from the sway of Ravana. Brahma heard the gods, and then conducted them to Vishnu's dwelling in the ocean of milk. Indra and the others honored Vishnu the Preserver and cried, "O Lord of the universe, remove the afflictions which press heavily upon us. Brahma hath blessed Ravana, nor can recall his gift. Save us therefore from the oppression of the demon king." Vishnu spake and said, "Be not afraid, for I shall deliver you all. Ravana entrusted Brahma for protection against all beings save the apes and men. Go therefore towards the earth, ye gods, and assume the guise of apes, and lo, I will divide myself into 4 parts, and be born as the 4 sons of Maharaja Dasharata. When I shall battle against Ravana, you will hasten to mine aid. It came to pass that the wives of Dasharata, who had eaten of sacrificial food, became the mothers of sons. Koshala of Rama, Kaikeyi of Bharata, and Sumitra of Lakshmana and Shatrughna. The people of the kingdom rejoiced greatly. They danced and sang and decked Ayodhya with streamers and flower garlands. Of the 4 children, Rama was the most beautiful. Lying in his white cradle, he was like to a blue lotus bloom amidst the gleaming waves of the Ganges. Vashishta, the wise Brahmin, perceived that he had all the marks of Vishnu, and revealed his knowledge to the Maharaja, by whom the child was well beloved. Now there was a certain great rishi named Vishwamitra, originally a kshatriya, who by the practice of unheard of austerities had won from the gods the status of Brahmarshi. He dwelt in the hermitage called Siddhashrama, and came thence to ask a boon from Dasharata. 2 rakshasas, Maricha and Subahu, supported by the wicked Ravana, continually disturbed his sacrifices and polluted his sacred fire. None but Rama could overcome these devils. Dasharata welcomed Vishwamitra gladly, and promised him any gift that he desired. But when he learned that his dear son Rama was required for so terrible and dangerous a service, he was cast down, and it seemed as though the light of his life went out. Yet he could not break his word, and it came to pass that Rama and Lakshmana went away with Vishwamitra for the 10 days of his sacrificial rites. But though it was for so short a time, this was the beginning of their manhood, and of love and strife. Vashishta cheered Dasharata's heart, assuring him of certain victory for Rama. So, with his father's blessing, Rama set out with Vishwamitra and his brother Lakshmana. A cool breeze, delighted at the sight of Rama, fanned their faces, and flowers rained down upon them from the sky. Vishwamitra led the way, the 2 brothers carrying their bows and swords, wearing splendid jewels and gloves of lizard skin upon their fingers, followed Vishwamitra like glorious flames, making him bright with the reflection of their own radiance. The sage led the 2 princes towards a dark and fearsome jungle haunted by numerous beasts of prey, in which dwelt the terrible rakshasa woman named Tataka, mother of Maricha. She was misshapen and horrible, and continually ravaged all that country. Rama twanged his bow to challenge her, and she came towards the princes roaring angrily and throwing boulders. Because she was a female, the sons of Dasharata were reluctant to cause her death. Rama shot arrows and cut off both her arms, and Lakshmana deprived her of nose and ears. She immediately changed her shape and became invisible, but by the power of sorcery continued to cause many stones to fall in showers about the young heroes. Vishwamitra urged Rama to slay her, and, guided by sound alone, he shot a great arrow which caused her death. Then the sage rejoiced greatly and, embracing Rama, kissed his head. In the morning, Vishwamitra chanted powerful mantras which caused celestial weapons to appear for Rama, and the spirits of the weapons stood before the prince with clasped hands and said, "We are thy servants, O nobly generous one. Good betide thee. Whatever thou desirest, lo, we shall accomplish for thee." Said Rama, "When I have need of you, I will think of you, and then you will wait upon me." Thereafter Vishwamitra led the princes to his hermitage, which was situated in a pleasant grove where deer disported and birds sang sweetly. All the sages welcomed them. It chanced that when 6 days had gone past, the Brahmins prepared to offer up a sacrifice. Suddenly, a band of rakshasas, led by Maricha, son of the hag Tataka, and Subahu, rushed towards the altar to defile the offering with bones and blood. Rama thought of his celestial weapons, and they immediately appeared beside him. He cast one at Maricha, which drove him hundreds of miles out to sea, and he threw a fire weapon at Subahu, which consumed him. Then he attacked and slew all the other demons. The sages rejoiced greatly and honored the prince. Vishwamitra told Rama this story. In ancient times lived Sagara, a virtuous king of Ayodhya. He had 2 wives, but no children. As he and his consorts longed for offspring, the 3 of them went to the Himalayas and practiced austerities there. When they had been thus engaged for 100 years, a Brahmin ascetic of great power granted this boon to Sagara, that one of his wives should give birth to a son, a Samanja, who should perpetuate his race, and the other one should be the mother of 60,000 manly and high-spirited sons. When his numerous sons had grown to man's estate, the king, their father, determined to offer a horse sacrifice. In accordance with this resolution, a horse was in the usual way set free to wander where it wished, attended for its protection by mighty warriors of Sagara's army. Now it came to pass that one day Indra, assuming the form of a rakshasi, stole the horse away. The 60,000 sons of the king of Ayodhya thereupon commenced, at their father's command, a diligent search for the missing animal. They at last found the stolen horse, and observed quite close to it the sage Kapila, upon whom they rushed with blind but impotent fury, for he, uttering a tremendous roar, instantly reduced them all to ashes. As the princes did not return home, Sagara became alarmed for their safety, and sent his grandson, Anshumat, Asamanja's son, to look for tidings of them. This heroic prince, following the traces they had left of their eventful journey, at length reached the spot where the missing horse was detained, and there discovered also the ashes of his 60,000 uncles. Being piously desirous of making the usual oblations of water to the ashes of his deceased relatives, Asamanja's son looked about for water, but could find none. However, he met in these nether regions a maternal uncle of his, and from him he learned that the 60,000 dead princes would be translated to heaven if only the waters of Ganga could be brought down from the celestial regions to lave their dust. Seeing there was nothing that he could do for his dead relatives, the young prince took the horse, and, returning with it to Ayodhya, helped to complete Sagara's sacrifice. Sagara himself died after a reign of 30,000 years. Anshumat, who succeeded him, practiced rigid austerities on the romantic summit of Himavat for 32,000 years, and left the kingdom to Dilipa, whose constant thought was how he should bring Ganga down from heaven for the benefit of his dead ancestors. But though he performed numerous sacrifices during his long reign of 30,000 years, he made no progress in this matter. Dilipa's son, Bharata, earnestly devoted himself to the same object, and practiced severe austerities with the view of obtaining the wished-for boon. Restraining his senses, and eating once a month, and surrounding himself with 5 fires and with arms uplifted, he, for a long lapse of time, performed austerities at Kumbhakarna. Brahma, pleased with the king's asceticism, appeared before him and granted his wish, advising him at the same time to invoke the aid of Shiva to accomplish it, as the earth would not be able to sustain the direct shock of the descent of Ganga from the celestial regions. To obtain the assistance of Shiva, Bharata spent a whole year in adoring that god, who at the end of that period was graciously pleased to say to the king, "O foremost of men, I am well pleased with thee. I will do what will be for thy welfare. I will hold the mountain's daughter on my head." Upon this, Ganga precipitated herself from the heavens upon Shiva's head, arrogantly thinking to reach the earth without delay. But Shiva, vexed by her proud thought, caused her to wander for many a year amongst the tangles of his long hair. It was only when Bharata had recourse to fresh austerities that Shiva cast Ganga off in the direction of the Vindu lake, and she flowed in many channels over the joyful earth to the delight and admiration of the celestials who witnessed her wonderful descent from the sky. Having reached the ocean, Ganga entered the underworld, where the ashes of the 60,000 sons of Sugriva still lay. Her sanctifying waters flowed over their earthly remains, and their spirits ascended to heaven. Then Rama saw a holy wood, close in the city's neighborhood, o'ergrown, deserted, marked by age, and thus addressed the mighty sage. O reverend Lord, I long to know what hermit dwelt here long ago. Then to the prince his holy guide, most eloquent of men, replied, O Rama, listen while I tell whose was this grove, and what befell when in the fury of his rage, the high saint cursed the hermitage. This was the grove most lovely then of Gautam, O thou best of men, like heaven itself, most honored by the gods who dwell above the sky. Here with Ahalya at his side, his fervid task the ascetic plied. Years fled in thousands. On a day it chanced the saint had gone away, when town-destroying Indra came, and saw the beauty of the dame. The sage's form the god endued, and thus the fair Ahalya wooed. Love, sweet, should brook no dull delay, but snatch the moments when he may. She knew him in the saint's disguise, Lord Indra of the 1,000 eyes. But touched by love's unholy fire, she yielded to the god's desire. Now, Lord of gods, she whispered, flee. From Gautam save thyself and me. Trembling with doubt and wild with dread, Lord Indra from the cottage fled. But fleeing in the grove he met the home-returning anchoret, whose wrath the gods and fiends would shun, such power his fervent rites had won. Fresh from the lustral flood he came, in splendor like the burning flame, with fuel for his sacred rites and grass, the best of eremites. The Lord of gods was sad of cheer to see the mighty saint so near, and when the holy hermit spied in hermit's garb the 1,000-eyed, he knew the whole. His fury broke forth on the sinner as he spoke. Because my form thou hast assumed and wrought this folly, thou art doomed, for this my curse to thee shall cling, henceforth a sad and sexless thing. No empty threat that sentence came, it chilled his soul and marred his frame. His might and godlike vigor fled, and every nerve was cold and dead. Then on his wife his fury burst, and thus the guilty dame he cursed. For countless years, disloyal spouse, devoted to severest vows, thy bed the ashes, air thy food, here shalt thou live in solitude. This lonely grove thy home shall be, and not an eye thy form shall see. When Rama, Dasharata's child, shall seek these shades, then drear and wild, his coming shall remove thy stain, and make the sinner pure again. Due honor paid to him, thy guest, shall cleanse thy fond and erring breast, thee to my side in bliss restore, and give thy proper shape once more. Thus to his guilty wife he said, then far the holy Gautam fled, and on Himalya's lovely heights spent the long years in sternest rites. Then Rama, following still his guide, within the grove with Lakshman hied. Her vows a wondrous light had lent to that illustrious penitent. He saw the glorious lady, screened from eye of man and god and fiend, like some bright portent which the care of Brahma launches through the air, designed by his elusive art to flash a moment and depart, or like the flame that leaps on high to sink involved in smoke and die, or like the moon, the full moon shining through the wintry mist, then lost to view, or like the sun's reflection cast upon the flood too bright to last. So was the glorious dame till then removed from gods and mortals' ken, till, such was Gautam's high decree, Prince Rama came to set her free. Then with great joy that dame to meet, the sons of Raghu clasped her feet, and she, remembering Gautam's oath, with gentle grace received them both. Then water for their feet she gave, guest gift, and all that strangers crave. The prince, of courteous rule aware, received as meet the lady's care. Then flowers came down in copious rain, and moving to the heavenly strain of music in the skies that rang, the nymphs and minstrels danced and sang, and all the gods with one glad voice praised the great dame and cried, "Rejoice, through fervid rites no more defiled, but with thy husband reconciled." Gautam the holy hermit knew, for naught escaped his godlike view, that Rama lodged beneath that shade, and hasting there his homage paid. He took Ahalya to his side, from sin and folly purified, and let his new-found consort bear in his austerities a share. Then Rama, pride of Raghu's race, welcomed by Gautam face to face, who every highest honor showed, to Mithila pursued his road. The sun had not yet set, and Rama saw that his brother Lakshmana had a keen longing to view the wonders of the city. So he asked leave of Vishwamitra, and with the hermit's consent they walked out into the streets. As they crossed the marketplace, crowds of people, young and old, watched them with wondering looks, for the princes were handsome. They were clothed in yellow coats, their breasts were shining with big pearls, curly hair peeped out from under their caps, they carried bows and arrows in their hands, and girls peeping from latticed windows whispered to one another that these princes were goodly youths, and surely the dark one was fit for wedding with the king's daughter, Sita. Thus they rambled from street to street till they arrived at the meadow of sports, a vast place marked out in a ring, and all round it were, first, a row of seats for princes and nobles, then behind that, higher up, a row of seats for the citizens, and a grand gallery painted in many colors was the place of ladies. All was quiet, and after giving a hasty look at the tournament field, the brothers hurried to their lodging and were soon asleep. At the rising of the sun, Rama and Lakshmana bathed in a stream and asked the hermit if they might pluck flowers, and he cheerfully gave leave. Now as they roved, they saw the splendid garden of the king, and they entered and admired the fruit trees and the flowers, and the peacocks which spread their glorious tails, and they came to a lake like a looking-glass, around which were steps of smooth stone, and water-hens plashed in the pool, and thousands of lotuses spread their lovely petals to the sun, and the gardeners allowed the princes to cut flowers. And it came to pass that the princess Sita was walking in the garden with her maids. One of the maids had gone in front of the others, and she suddenly saw the two youths. She paused one moment and then ran back. "What have you seen?" asked her companions. "I have seen two most noble youths." At that instant Rama heard the jingle of the bangles on the lady Sita's feet, and he said, "I know of a surety that there comes hither a lady whom I shall love, beyond all things in the world. Lifting his eyes, he saw Sita, the king's daughter, and they loved each other then and forever. The princess said not a word. "It is time to go," said one of her maids. "Let us return to the palace, Lady Sita." "It is time to go," echoed the princess, and presently she and her companions had passed from view of the brothers. On the way to the palace, she stopped at the house of the goddess Bhavani, and, entering the temple, she knelt before the image and prayed. "Great Mother, bright as the lightning, and giver of gifts to gods and men, thou knowest, as I bend before thy lotus feet, what is the wish of my heart." Then a garland of flowers dropped from the hand of the image, and Sita picked it up with joy and felt a throb in her left side, and was sure by these tokens that her prayer was heard. With flowers in hand, the princes returned to the Guru and told him of the meeting in the king's garden. The sage recited holy legends during the day, and at night Rama lifted his eyes to the moon and said, "The Queen of Night is not so fair as Sita." Janaka, king of Mithila, welcomed Vishwamitra and said, "Who are these courageous young men with the majesty of elephants and the fearlessness of tigers? Comely are they as the twin Ashwins." Said the sage, "These are the sons of Dasharata. They are slayers of rakshasas and desire greatly to behold Shiva's mighty bow." Then the monarch spake to the nobles and warriors and said, "Bring forth the bow." His command was immediately obeyed. From an inner hall, many stalwart men hauled the stupendous bow on an 8-wheeled iron chariot into the presence of the monarch of Mithila. "Behold the bow of Shiva!" cried the warriors. Said Janaka, "Behold the mighty bow which has been treasured by generations of kings. Many rajas and warriors have endeavored in vain to bend it. Even rakshasas and asuras have failed. The gods themselves quail before it. To the raja who can bend this mighty weapon, I will give in marriage my daughter, the beauteous Sita." Rama gazed with wonder and then said, "Permit me to lift and bend thy bow." Wondering greatly at these words, the monarch and many high nobles and strong warriors gathered round about. With smiling face, Rama lifted the bow. Then proudly he strung it, whereat those who looked on were all amazed. The prince put forth his strength and bent the bow with resistless force until it snapped in the middle with a terrible noise like to thunder. The earth shook and the mountains echoed aloud. At the loud crash, which resembled the roar of Indra's thunderbolt, all who were present fell down stunned and terrified, save Janaka and Vishwamitra and the 2 sons of Dasharata. Said the monarch, "Now have mine eyes beheld a great wonder. Peerless is Rama the noble one, and he shall be given for wife my daughter Sita, who is dearer to me than life. Let speedy messengers hasten unto Dasharata, and bid him to come hither." Janak, monarch of Videha, spake his message near and far. "He shall win my peerless Sita, who shall bend my bow of war." Suitors came from farthest regions, warlike princes known to fame, vainly strove to wield the weapon, left Videha in their shame. Vishwamitra, royal rishi, Rama true, and Lakshman bold, came to fair Mithila's city from Ayodhya, famed of old. Spake in pride the royal rishi, "Monarch of Videha's throne, grant the wondrous bow of Rudra be to princely Rama shown." Janak spake his royal mandate to his lords and warriors bold, "Bring ye forth the bow of Rudra, decked in garlands and in gold. And his peers and proud retainers, waiting on the monarch's call, brought the great and goodly weapon from the city's inner hall. Stalwart men of ample stature pulled the mighty iron car, in which rested all inviolate Janak's dreaded bow of war. And where midst assembled monarchs sat Videha's godlike king, with a mighty toil and effort did the 8-wheeled chariot bring. This the weapon of Videha, proudly thus the peers begun, be it shown to royal Rama, Dasharata's righteous son. This the bow, then spake the monarch to the rishi famed of old, to the true and righteous Rama, and to Lakshman young and bold. This the weapon of my fathers, prized by kings from age to age. Mighty chiefs and sturdy warriors could not bend it, noble sage. Gods before the bow of Rudra have in righteous terror quailed. Rakshas fierce and stout asuras have in futile effort failed. Mortal man will struggle vainly Rudra's wondrous bow to bend, vainly strive to string the weapon and the shining dart to send. Holy saint and royal rishi, here is Janak's ancient bow. Show it to Ayodhya's princes, speak to them my kingly vow. Vishwamitra humbly listened to the words the monarch said. To the brave and righteous Rama, Janak's mighty bow displayed. Rama lifted high the cover of the ponderous iron car, gazed with conscious pride and prowess on the mighty bow of war. Let me, humbly spake the hero, on this bow my fingers place. Let me lift and bend the weapon. Help me with your loving grace. Be it so, the rishi answered. Be it so, the monarch said. Rama lifted high the weapon, on his stalwart arms displayed. Wondering gazed the kings assembled, as the son of Raghu's race proudly raised the bow of Rudra with a warrior's stately grace. Proudly strung the bow of Rudra, which the kings had tried in vain, drew the cord with force resistless, till the weapon snapped in twain. Like the thunder's pealing accent, arose the loud terrific clang, and the firm earth shook and trembled, and the hills in echoes rang. And the chiefs and gathered monarchs fell and fainted in their fear, and the men of many nations shook the dreadful sound to hear. Pale and white the startled monarchs slowly from their terror woke, and with royal grace and greetings Janak to the rishi spoke. Now my ancient eyes have witnessed wondrous deed by Rama done, deed surpassing thought or fancy, wrought by Dasharata's son. And the proud and peerless princess, Sita, glory of my house, sheds on me an added luster as she weds a godlike spouse. True shall be my plighted promise. Sita, dearer than my life, won by worth and wondrous valor, shall be Rama's faithful wife. But just then a strange and weird figure sprang upon the scene. It was a tall, bull-like man who had a bow in one hand and had tilted an axe over his shoulder. His body was bare except for a deerskin cloth about his loins. On his brow were marked 3 white lines that showed he worshipped the god Shiva. His hair was twisted in a knot. Flushed with rage, this hermit of the woods had come to see who had broken the god's bow. The whole crowd bowed to him, for his name was a name of terror to all the land. Who has broken the bow? He thundered. 'Twas an old bow, replied Lakshmana, which my brother snapped. Why be angry? Wretch, shrieked the hermit, did you talk thus of the sacred bow? Know you not that with my axe I cut off the 1,000 arms of a fiend? Holy sir, said Lakshmana, do not blow at me as if I could be puffed away. The madman who dares thus to speak shall be swallowed by the jaws of death. The hermit would have smitten the youth with his terrible axe, but Rama stepped between, put his hands together in sign of respect, and sought by soft words to turn away the sage's wrath. "If," said the hermit at last, "you are a hero indeed, draw this bow of Vishnu." So saying, he handed to Rama his bow, the string hanging loose. No sooner had Rama touched it than the string fastened itself tight, ready for shooting a shaft. At this token of magic, the hermit of the woods clasped his hands in homage. Glory to the mighty Rama. Sage Vashishta, skilled in duty, placed Videha's honored king, Vishwamitra, Shatananda, all within the sacred ring. And he raised the holy altar, as the ancient writs ordain, decked and graced with scented garlands, grateful unto gods and men. And he set the golden ladles, vases pierced by artists skilled, holy censers fresh and fragrant, cups with sacred honey filled, shanka bowls and shining salvers, argya plates for honored guest, parched rice arranged in dishes, corn unhusked that filled the rest. And with careful hand Vashishta grass around the altar flung, offered gift to lighted Agni, and the sacred mantra sung. Softly came the sweet-eyed Sita, bridal blush upon her brow. Rama, in his manly beauty, came to take the sacred vow. Janak placed his beauteous daughter, facing Dasharata's son, spake with father's fond emotion, and the holy rite was done. This is Sita, child of Janak, dearer unto him than life. Henceforth sharer of thy virtue be she, Prince, thy faithful wife. Of thy weal and woe partaker, be she thine in every land. Cherish her in joy and sorrow, clasp her hand within thy hand. As the shadow to the substance, to her lord is faithful wife, and my Sita, best of women, follows thee in death or life. Tears bedew his ancient bosom, gods and men his wishes share, and he sprinkles holy water on the blessed and wedded pair. Next he turned to Sita's sister Urmila, of beauty rare, and to Lakshman, young and valiant, spake in accents soft and fair. Lakshman, dauntless in thy duty, loved of men and gods above, take my dear devoted daughter, Urmila, of stainless love. Lakshman, fearless in thy virtue, take thy true and faithful wife, clasp her hand within thy fingers, be she thine in death or life. To his brother's child, Mandavi, Janak turned with father's love, yielded her to righteous Bharata, prayed for blessings from above. Bharata, take the fair Mandavi, be she thine in death or life, clasp her hand within thy fingers as thy true and faithful wife. Last of all was Shrutakirti, fair in form and fair in grace, and her gentle name was honored for her acts of righteous grace. Take her by the hand, Shatrughna, be she thine in death or life, as the shadow to the substance, to her lord is faithful wife. Then the princes held the maiden's hand embraced in loving hand, and Vashishta spake the mantra, holiest priest in all the land. And as ancient rite ordaineth, and as sacred laws require, stepped each bride and princely bridegroom round the altar's lighted fire. Round Videha's ancient monarch, round the holy rishis all, lightly stepped the gentle maidens, proudly stepped the princes tall. And a rain of flowers descended from the sky serene and fair, and a soft celestial music filled the fresh and fragrant air. Bright Gandharvas, skilled in music, waked the sweet celestial song. Fair Apsaras in their beauty on the greensward tripped along. As the flowery rain descended and the music rose in pride, thrice around the lighted altar every bridegroom led his bride. And the nuptial rites were ended, princes took their brides away, Janak followed with his courtiers, and the town was proud and gay. Now Dasharata reflected that he had ruled for many, many years and was weary, and he thought no joy could be greater than if he should see Rama established on the throne. He summoned a council of his vassals and counselors and neighboring kings and princes who were accustomed to reside in Ayodhya, and in solemn words like the thunder of drums addressed this parliament of men. Ye well know that for many long years I have governed this realm, being as a father to those that dwell therein. Thinking not to gain my own happiness, I have spent my days in ruling according unto Dharma. Now I wish for rest, and would install my eldest son, Rama, as heir apparent, and entrust the government to him. But herein, my lords, I seek for your approval, for the thought of the dispassionate is other than the thought of the inflamed, and truth arises from the conflict of various views. The princes rejoiced at the king's words, as peacocks dance at the sight of heavy rain clouds. There arose the hum of many voices, as for a time the Brahmins and army leaders, citizens and countrymen considered together. Then they answered, O aged king, assuredly we wish to see Prince Rama installed as heir apparent, riding the elephant of state, seated beneath the umbrella of dominion. Again the king inquired of them for greater certainty, Why would ye have Rama to your ruler? And they replied, By reason of his many virtues, for indeed he towers among men as Shakra amongst the gods. In forgiveness he is like the earth, in debate like Brihaspati. He speaks the truth and is a mighty bowman. He is ever busied with the welfare of the people, and not given to detraction, where he finds one blemish amongst many virtues. He is skilled in music, and his eyes are fair to look upon. Neither his pleasure nor his anger is in vain. He is easily approached and self-controlled, and goes not forth to war or the protection of a city or a province without victorious return. He is beloved of all. Indeed, the earth desires him for her lord. Then the king summoned Vashishta, Vamadeva, and other of the Brahmins, and charged them to make ready for Rama's installation. Now there was one who did not rejoice, because that she hated Rama, son of the queen Koshala. This was the old nurse of Prince Bharata, son of the queen Kaikeyi. Her name was Manthara. She had been the slave of Kaikeyi while that queen yet abode in the palace of her sire, the Raja Ashwapati. Ugly and misshapen was Manthara. She was short-necked, flat-breasted, and had legs like a crane. She was big-bellied and humpbacked. When Rama was a child she had offended him, and he smote her, and ever afterward she regarded him with fierce enmity. It chanced that Kaikeyi was gazing idly from the palace roof on the illuminated and bustling streets, when the hunchback slave approached her and said, Canst thou be merry, O foolish one, on this night? Thou art threatened by dire misfortune. Dasharata hath deceived thee. Thy son Bharata hath been sent to thy father's city, so that the son of Koshala may be installed as Yuvaraja on the morrow. Henceforth thou wilt be the bondswoman of Koshala, Rama's mother, and thou wilt have to wait obediently on the commands of proud Sita. Hasten now and prevent this dread happening. Said Kaikeyi, Why do you hate Rama? He is the eldest son of the chief queen, and Bharata could not become Yuvaraja without the consent of Kausalya's son, who honors me as he honors his own mother. Manthara fumed with wonder and indignation at these words. Then she said, What madness hath blinded thee? What folly maketh thee heedless of the gulf of sorrow which awaiteth thee and thy son? I am older than thou art, and have seen dark deeds committed in royal houses. Can Bharata become the slave of Rama? Well I know that jealous Rama will drive thy lordly son into exile, and mayhap slay him. Arise, thou heedless queen, and save Bharata, lest he be sent to wander alone in the fearsome jungle. Speak thy mandate to the Maharaja, whose heart hath been captivated by thy beauty. Any other woman but thee would rather die than suffer a rival wife to triumph over her. Said Kaikeyi, whose heart began to burn with jealous anger, "How can I prevail upon Dasharata to exalt my son and send Rama into exile?" Then the hunchback reminded Bharata's mother that she had been promised 2 boons by her husband. In time past, Dasharata had gone to help Indra to wage war against the demons. He was grievously wounded and would have died, but Kaikeyi cured him. So he vowed to grant her 2 boons, and she said, "When I have need of 2 favors, I will remind thee of thy promise." Manthara spake to the queen mother of Bharata, saying, "Now go to the mourning chamber and feign sorrow and anger. The Maharaja will seek thee out, and when he findeth thee, demand of him the 2 boons which he promised aforetime." Thither flew the stricken monarch. On the bare and unswept ground, trembling with tumultuous passion, was the queen Kaikeyi found. On the cold uncovered pavement, sorrowing, lay the weeping wife, young wife of an ancient husband, dearer than his heart and life. Like a bright and blossoming creeper rudely severed from the earth, like a fallen fair Apsara, beauteous nymph of heavenly birth, like a female forest ranger bleeding from the hunter's dart, whom her mate the forest monarch soothed with soft endearing art, lay the queen in tears of anguish. And with sweet and gentle word to the lotus-eyed lady softly spake her loving lord. "Wherefore thus, my queen and empress, sorrow-laden is thy heart? Who with daring slight or insult seeks to cause thy bosom smart? If some unknown ailment pains thee, evil spirit of the air, skilled physicians wait upon thee, priests with incantations fair. If from human foe some insult, wipe thy tears, and doom his fate. Rich reward or royal vengeance shall upon thy mandate wait." So it came to pass that in the morning chamber Kaikeyi spake to Dasharata and said, "Now grant me the 2 boons as thou didst vow to do, or I shall die this night." Said the Maharaja, "Speak thy wishes, and they will be granted. May I never achieve bliss if thy desires are not fulfilled." Kaikeyi said, "Let royal deeds redeem royal words. The first boon I ask is that my son Bharata be installed as Yuvaraja. The second is that Rama be banished for 14 years to live in the jungle as a devotee clad in a robe of bark." When Dasharata heard these awful words, he swooned and fell prone like to a tempest-smitten tree. At length he recovered his senses, and, opening his eyes, said, "Have I dreamed a fearsome dream? Do demons torture me? Is my mind clouded with madness?" Hushed and trembling, he gazed upon Kaikeyi, as a startled deer gazes at a tigress. He was as helpless as a serpent which hath been mantra-charmed, and for a time he sobbed aloud. At length wrath possessed him, and red-eyed and loud-voiced he reproached her, saying, "Traitress, wouldst thou bring ruin to my family? Rama hath never wronged thee. Why dost thou seek to injure him? O Kaikeyi, whom I have loved and taken to my bosom, thou hast crept into my house like a poisonous snake to accomplish my ruin. It is death to me to part with my brave and noble Rama. Now that I am old and feeble, have pity on me and ask for other boons." Said Kaikeyi coldly and bitterly, "If thou wilt break thy vow now to one who saved thy life, all men will despise thee, and I will drink poison this very night." Dasharata was made silent a time. Then he spoke with tears and said, "Beautiful art thou, O Kaikeyi. Thou hast taken captive my heart. How can this evil desire dwell in thy bosom and darken it with guile? Thou hast entrapped me with the bait of thy beauty. Can a father dishonor his well-loved son? Rather would I enter hell than send Rama into exile. How can I look upon his face again? How can I suffer to behold him parting with gentle Sita? Oh, I have drunk of sweet wine mingled with poison. Have pity on me, Kaikeyi, I fall at thy feet. I would that Yama would snatch me off in this hour. Said Kaikeyi, if thou dost honor truth, thou wilt grant the boons I crave. But if thou wouldst rather break thine oath, let me drink poison now. Dasharata cried in his grief, O shadow-robed night, decked with stars, arrest the hours that pass by, or else give my heart release. Cover with thy darksome mantle my sorrow and my shame, and hide this deed of crime from the knowledge of mankind. Let me perish ere the dawn. May the sun never rise to shine upon my sin-smeared life. So he lamented through the night. And unto Kaikeyi he said, I grant the boons, but I reject thee forever, and thy son Bharata also. Morning dawned. The city was decorated with streamers and flowers. A golden throne was set up for Rama. The tiger skin was spread for his feet. The white umbrella waited for him. Elephants and chariot horses were harnessed. The preparations for the sacrifice were completed. The crowds began to gather in the streets, waiting for the Maharaja and noble Rama, whom all the people loved. Towards the palace went Sumantra, the chief counselor. He entered the chamber in which Dasharata had spent the night to awaken him and conduct him to the ceremony. Kaikeyi met the counselor and said, Summon Rama hither, for the Maharaja must speak with him. Wondering greatly, Sumantra hastened to the prince's dwelling and spake the royal command. Said Rama, I will go quickly. Tarry here, O Sita, and await my return. Sita followed Rama to the doorway and invoked the gods so that they might bless and protect him. The multitudes of people hailed the prince as he was driven in his chariot towards the palace, and women threw flowers upon him from the housetops. He entered the gate, driving through the first 3 courts. He dismounted and walked across the 2 inner courts. He then bade his followers to remain without, and soon he stood before the Maharaja and made humble obeisance. Rama beheld his father sitting beside Kaikeyi. His body was bent, his face was worn with grief. Tears fell from Dasharata's eyes as his son kissed his feet, and the feet of Kaikeyi also. He strove to speak while tears streamed from his eyes, but all he could utter was, "Oh, Rama!" The sorrow of Dasharata rose and fell in his heart like to the waves of a stormy sea. Said Rama, "Oh, have I offended my sire? Speak, mother, and tell, wherefore do tears fall from his eyes? Why is his face clouded with grief? I would rather die than wound his heart by word or deed." Kaikeyi said, "The Maharaja is not angered, nor is he grief-stricken, but he fears to speak his purpose until thou dost promise to serve his will." Said Rama, "Oh, speak, and I will obey, even if I am asked to quaff poison and die ere my time. My promise is given, and my lips have never lied." Kaikeyi said coldly, "The Maharaja vowed to grant 2 boons when I cured his wounds and saved his life, although he repents his promise now, like to a man of low caste. I have asked him to fulfill his vow, and the boons I crave are that Bharata, whose star is bright, be installed as Yuvaraja, and thou shouldst be banished for twice 7 years. If thou art ready to obey thy father's will and preserve his honor, thou wilt depart this day from the city and permit Bharata to govern the kingdom." Dasharata's heart was pierced with agony at these words, but Rama heard them unmoved. They fell upon his ears like to sparks falling into the sea. Calmly he spake and said, "I will depart this day in fulfillment of my father's vow. Cheerfully will I obey his command. Let Bharata be summoned quickly from Girivraja, and I will hasten to the jungle of Dandaka." Said Kaikeyi, "So be it, but tarry not, for thy sire will neither wash nor eat until thou hast departed hence." Rama bowed before his sire, who was prostrated with sorrow. He bowed before Kaikeyi also. All the royal attendants wept, but Rama was unmoved, as is the ocean when a pot of water is drawn from it or poured in. With darkened brow and saddened eyes, Rama then went unto Sita and told her all, and said, My mother is heartbroken, O Sita. She hath need of thee to soothe her grief. O dearly beloved, I must now depart and leave thee. Be ever obedient unto Bharata, nor laud me ever, for a Raja cares not to hear another praised in his presence. Said Sita, A wife must ever accompany her husband and share his sufferings. If thou must depart to the forest, it is my duty to go before thee and smooth the thorns in thy path. So long as I am with thee, I will be happy, even in the jungle. Dearer to me than the palace is the place where I can hold sweet converse with my husband. I will lighten thy burden of sorrow, O Rama, but if thou wilt leave me here alone, I will surely die. Rama spoke of the perils of the jungle, which was full of wild beasts and venomous reptiles, where food was scarce and, when found, bitter to taste, where they would find no home and would have to lie on the bare ground, and where they would suffer greatly from heat and cold, from tempest and rains. O Sita, he cried, thou art dearer to me than life itself. How can I permit thee to suffer for me? My love will grow greater when I know what it is to be separated from thee. Wait here, O loved one, until I return again. Said Sita, I know nor fear the perils and sorrows of the jungle. Rather would I sleep with thee on the bare ground than lie here alone on a bed of down. Without thee I have no desire to live. Take me with thee, O Rama, and let me share thy sorrow and thy joys. Sweeter will be the jungle with thee beside me than the palace when thou hast departed. In vain Rama remonstrated with her, but she refused to be separated from him. She fell at his feet, weeping bitterly, and at length he consented that she should share his sufferings in the jungle. Then Lakshmana pleaded to accompany Rama also, nor could he be persuaded to remain behind. Thereafter Rama and Sita and Lakshmana went together, walking barefooted, towards the palace to bid farewell to the Maharaja and his queens. Rumors of what had happened were passing through the city, and the people gazed with sorrow on Rama, his bride, and his brother, and some said, The Maharaja is possessed by demons. Others said, Let us desert the city and follow Rama, then Bharata will have none left to rule over. Rama entered the palace with his wife and brother, and stood before the Maharaja with folded hands. Dasharata lamented and said, A woman hath deceived me. She concealed her wicked designs in her heart as a fire is concealed by ashes. The evening is late. Tarry therefore with thy mother and me until day breaks. Said Rama, Kaikeyi commanded me to depart this day to the jungle, and I promise to obey. When 14 years have gone past, we shall return again and honor thee. The Maharaja and his counselors desired to send the royal army and the huntsmen and much grain and treasure to the jungle with Rama, although Kaikeyi protested loudly. But Rama refused to have soldiers and followers, and asked for raiment of bark which he must wear, and for the spade with which to dig roots, and the basket to carry them. The shameless Kaikeyi then went away and returned with 3 dresses of bark. Rama and Lakshmana immediately cast off their royal garments and all their ornaments, and assumed the rough attire of devotees. But Sita, who from childhood had been clad in silk, wept and said, How can I wear raiment of bark? I cannot use such attire. All the women shed tears at these words, and Dasharata said, Kaikeyi's command is binding on Rama only, and his wife and brother may assume any garments they desire. So the robe of bark was taken away from Sita. It was not permitted that she should be put to shame. Driving fast for 2 days, Rama reached the boundary of Koshala, and, turning back toward Ayodhya, bade farewell to land and people. O best of cities, said he, I say it to thee and to the deities that guard and dwell with thee. Returning from my forest home, my debt paid off, thee and my father and my mother I will see again. Then they left Koshala, rich in wealth and kine and Brahmins, and passed through other smiling lands until they reached the blessed Ganga, crystal clear, resorted to by every creature, haunted by gods and angels, sinless and sin-destroying. There Guha, king of Nishada, greeted them and fed their horses and kept guard over them all night. And when the dark cuckoo's note and the peacock's cry were heard at dawn, he sent for a splendid ferry boat. Then Rama asked for starch paste, and he and Lakshmana dressed their hair in matted locks, after the fashion of hermits dwelling in the forest. Rama said farewell to Guha, and Sumantra, the charioteer, he bade go back to Ayodhya, though he prayed to follow farther. Then, as they crossed, Sita prayed to Ganga for safe return after 14 years, vowing to worship that river queen with many offerings. That night they dwelt by a great tree on the farther bank, and ate boar's flesh slain by Rama and Lakshmana. And those two brothers vowed to protect Sita and each other, whether in solitude or amongst men. Lakshmana should walk in front, then Sita, and Rama last. They talked also of Ayodhya, and Rama, fearing Kaikeyi's evil heart, would have Lakshmana return to care for Koshala, and he railed against Kaikeyi and somewhat blamed his father, swayed by a woman's will. But Lakshmana comforted his brother so that he wept no more. "Thou shouldst not grieve," he said, "grieving Sita and me, O Rama. I can no more live without thee than a fish taken out of water. Without thee I do not wish to see my father, nor Shatrughna, nor Sumitra, nor heaven itself." Then Rama was comforted and slept with Sita under the banyan tree, while Lakshmana watched. Now the Maharaja Dasharata was doomed to die a sorrowful death. Be it known that in his youth, when he loved to go a-hunting, he heard in the jungle depths one evening a gurgling of water, and thought an elephant or a deer had come to drink from it in the stream. He drew his bow, he aimed at the sound, and discharged an arrow. A human voice uttered a cry of agony. Breaking through the tangled jungle growth, Dasharata discovered that he had mortally wounded a young hermit who had come to draw water for his aged parents. The poor victim forgave the king and counseled him, saying, "Hasten to my sire and inform him of my fate, lest his curse should consume thee as a fire consumes a withered tree." Then he expired. Dismayed and sorrowing deeply, Dasharata went towards the dwelling of the boy's parents, who were blind and old. He heard the father cry, "Ah, why hast thou lingered, my son? I am athirst, and thy mother longs for thee." In broken accents the king informed the lonesome parents of their son's death. The sire lamented aloud and said, "Oh, lead me to my son, let me embrace him for the last time." Dasharata conducted the weeping parents to the spot where the lad lay lifeless and stained with blood. The sire clasped the body and cried, "Oh, wilt thou not speak and greet me, my son? Thou liest on the ground, that dost not answer me when I call. Alas, thou canst not love me any longer. Thy mother is here. Oh, thou who wert dutiful and kind, speak but one tender word to her and to me. Who will now read to us each morning the holy books? Who will now find roots and fruits to feed us? Oh, tarry with us yet a little longer, my son. Wait for us ere thou dost depart to the kingdom of death. Stay but one day longer, and on the morrow thy father and mother will go with thee on the weary and darksome path of no returning. How can we live now that our child and protector is taken from us?" So the blind old hermit lamented. Then he spake to the king and said, "I had but this one child, and thou hast made me childless. Now slay me also, because death is blunted and unable to hurt me any more. A father cannot feel greater agony than when he sorrows for a beloved son. This peculiar, sharp sorrow thou wilt yet know, O king, as I weep now, and as I am hastened to death, mourning for my son, so wilt thou suffer in like manner, sorrowing for a dearly beloved and righteous son. Thy death, O Dasharata, will cleanse thee of this crime." Having spoken thus, the hermit built the funeral pyre for the dead boy, and when it was lit, he and his wife leapt amidst the flames and entered the kingdom of death. Slow and sadly, by their bidding, to the fatal spot I led. Long and loud bewailed the parents by the cold, unconscious dead. And with hymns and holy water they performed the funeral rite. Then with tears that burnt and withered, spake the hermit in his might. "Sorrow for a son beloved is a father's direst woe. Sorrow for a son beloved, Dasharata, thou shalt know. See the parents weep and perish, grieving for a slaughtered son. Thou shalt weep and thou shalt perish for a loved and righteous son. Distant is the expiation, but in fullness of the time, Dasharata's death in anguish cleanses Dasharata's crime." Spake the old and sightless prophet, then he made the funeral pyre, and the father and the mother perished in the lighted fire. Years have gone and many seasons, and in fullness of the time comes the fruit of pride and folly and the harvest of my crime. Rama, eldest born and dearest, Lakshman, true and faithful son, forgive a dying father and a cruel action done. Queen Kaikeyi, thou hast heedless brought on Raghu's race this stain. Banished are the guiltless children, and thy lord and king is slain. Lay thy hands on mine, Koshala, wipe thy unavailing tear. Speak a wife's consoling accents to a dying husband's ear. Lay thy hands on mine, Sumitra, vision fails my closing eyes. And for brave and banished Rama, wings my spirit to the skies. Hushed and silent passed the midnight, feebly still the monarch sighed, blessed Koshala and Sumitra, blessed his banished sons, and died. After Rama had departed from Ayodhya, his mother Koshala reproached Dasharata, saying, "Thou wouldst not break thy promise to Kaikeyi, but thou didst break thy promise made to thy counselors that Rama should be thy successor." The Maharaja was bowed down with grief and cried, "Oh, forgive me, Koshala, because my heart is breaking while I mourn for my beloved son. Oh, do not wound me again, I pray thee." Koshala wept and said, "Alas, my grief hath made me speak cruelly to thee." In the middle of the second night, after Rama had departed, Dasharata awoke and cried, "O Koshala, I am dying with grief. Mine eyes have grown blind with weeping. Take my hand in thine and speak unto me. Oh, bitterly I grieve now that I cannot look upon Rama ere I die. Happy are they whose eyes behold him. My heart beats feebly." When he had spoken thus, Dasharata fell back and was silent. Koshala, mother of Rama, and Sumitra, mother of Lakshmana, knelt beside him, and they swooned when his spirit fled. In the morning, messengers were sent speedily to Bharata, who sojourned in the kingdom of the Kaikeyas with his mother's sire, the Raja Ashwapati, bidding him to return without delay. 7 nights passed while the prince journeyed towards Ayodhya. He knew not that Dasharata had died until he reached the palace. Then Kaikeyi, his mother, informed him without tears. Bharata wept and flung himself down upon the floor and cried aloud. Kaikeyi said, "Thou shouldst not thus give way to grief, my son." Said Bharata, "If the Maharaja were alive, he would have embraced and kissed me on my return. But where is Rama, who is now as a sire unto me?" Then Kaikeyi told him all that had taken place, and said, For thy sake, my son, I have accomplished this. Sorrow not, because thou wilt be installed as ruler here. Said Bharata, I have lost my father and my elder brother. Of what good is a kingdom unto me now? O evil-hearted woman, thou hast bereft this house of all joy. Thou hast slain my sire and banished Rama. But I will bring my brother back from the jungle. He shall be seated on the throne. Shatrughna sorrowed like Bharata, and when he beheld the wicked hunchback Manthara, he threw her down and dragged her across the floor, saying, This hateful creature is the cause of our calamities. I will slay her. Kaikeyi flew away in terror, and Bharata said, Slay her not, because she is a woman. I would have killed my wicked mother, but had I done so, Rama would ne'er have forgiven me, nor have spoken to me again. Spare this wretch, O Shatrughna, lest Rama should be angry with thee. Koshala, mother of Rama, then approached Bharata and said, The Raj is now thine, O ambitious one. Thy mother hath secured it for thee. Bharata fell at her feet and vowed that he would never sit on the throne, but would hasten after Rama to entreat him to return. As Bharata, the son of Kaikeyi, was thus burning in grief, that foremost of those skilled in speech, the saint Vashishta, endowed with excellence of language, said, Do not weep. Good betide thee, O illustrious prince. Do thou perform the funereal rites of the departed king. Hearing Vashishta's words, Bharata, cognizant of duty, bowed down to the ground and dispatched the ministers for performing the last rites. And raising from under the oil the body of the king, with a sallow countenance and appearing to be asleep, Bharata placed it on the ground upon a couch in front, adorned with various gems. Then, overwhelmed with grief, Dasharata's son bewailed him thus, O king, what was it that thou hadst intended to do, I absent and away from home, by banishing righteous Rama and the powerful Lakshmana? Whither wendest thou, O mighty monarch, forsaking these aggrieved people, who have already been deprived of the lion-like Rama, energetic in action? O father, thou having ascended heaven, and Rama having taken refuge in the woods, who now in this city of thine shall protect what the people possess, and secure unto them what they have not? Widowed in consequence of losing thee, this earth does not look graceful. The city appeareth unto me like the night deprived of the moon. As Bharata was lamenting thus in dejected mood, the mighty ascetic Vashishta again addressed him, saying, O mighty armed one, do thou, without indulging in any reflections, perform those funereal ceremonies of the monarch which ought to be performed. Thereupon, honoring his words by saying, So be it, he urged speed upon all the Ritviks, priests, and acharyas. And then those that had brought the king's corpse outside from the fire chamber, instructed by the Ritviks and priests according to the ordinance, began to offer oblations into the fire. Next, placing the king deprived of life on a car, the servants, with their throats oppressed with vapor and with their minds weighed down with dejection, carried him. And scattering gold and silver and various kinds of cloth on the way, people went in front of the king. Others, procuring sandalwood, agar wood, and other resinous incenses, cast it on the earth. And drawing near the king there, Ritviks laid various other fragrant substances on the funeral pyre. Then, offering oblations into the fire, the Ritviks began to recite the japa, as laid down in the scriptures, and sama singers chanted samas. And by means of litters and other conveyances, each mounted according to her rank, the wives of the king went out from the city, surrounded by aged men. And Ritviks went round the corpse of the king, who performed many sacrifices, leaving it on the left side. And kindling with grief, the women, also headed by Koshala, circumambulated the pyre. And then there was heard the wail of women distressed with grief, weeping piteously by thousands like unto crouchy birds. Weeping again and again, with their sense lost, the wives of the king alighted from the car on the banks of the Sarayu. Having performed the watery rites, the wives of the monarch, as well as the counselors and priests, in company with Bharata, entering the city with tears in their eyes, spent 10 days in mourning, lying down on the ground. The two brothers met in the jungle of Chitrakuta, and they embraced one another and wept for their dead sire. In the morning Bharata spake to Rama in the presence of the army, saying, This Raj, which was given unto me against my will, I now give unto thee, mine elder brother. Accept it, and remove the stain of my mother's sin. Said Rama, O Bharata, my royal sire, fulfilling his vow, banished me to the jungle, and appointed thee to the Raj. A faithful son cannot recall the mandate of his sire. Then Jabali, the Brahmanic counselor of Dasharata, spake and said, O Rama, why dim thine understanding with empty maxims? Thou hast already obeyed thy sire. It is foolish to think that thou shouldst continue this allegiance to one who is dead. A man enters the world alone and departs alone. He owns not friendship to kindred. His parents are to him like a wayside inn, which he leaves in the morning. His allegiance to them is temporary. He meets them like a traveler who tarries on his journey and then goes on his way as before. In this world we have only one life to live. If thou wilt refuse this Raj, thou wilt destroy thy one life. I am sorry for those who scorn the blessings of this world so long as they are alive, in the hope that they will reach a paradise which does not exist. When this life is spent, we are extinguished forever. Alas, that men should make to their ancestors useless offerings. Can a dead man eat thereof? These offerings are a waste of food. If the soul endures and passes into a new body, how can it benefit from food eaten by another? These practices were invented by cunning priests with selfish motives. There is no hereafter. Therefore, snatch the joys of life while thou canst, O Rama. Take the Raj which is offered to thee, and return to Ayodhya. Said Rama, whose heart was filled with anger, O Jabali, thy motive is excellent, but thy doctrines are false. A good man is distinguished from an evil man by his deeds. How can I, who have embraced a virtuous life, turn now into the path of evil doing? The gods who read a man's heart would curse me for my sins. Vain are thine idle words, thy reasoning is cunning, but false. Truth is our ancient path. Truth endures when all else passes away. The venom of falsehood is more deadly than the venom of a serpent's sting. Thou hast said that there is no hereafter, and that we should snatch pleasures while life endures. If that is so, why do wise men condemn what is evil, if the vicious are simply pursuing the quest of happiness? Why do sages live austere lives, eating fruits and roots instead of feasting on flesh and drinking wine? There would be no sciences if we believed only those things we behold. Inferential proof must be permitted. Is a woman to consider herself a widow when her husband is out of sight? Know, all of ye, that I will be faithful to the mandate of my sire. I will keep my promise, which I cannot recall. Let Bharata reign, for I will dwell in the jungle. Bharata said, If my sire's wish must be fulfilled, let me remain in the jungle for 14 years, so that Rama may return to Ayodhya. Said Rama, Neither Bharata nor I can recall or change the commands of Dasharata. Thereafter Bharata gave to Rama a pair of new sandals, decked with gold, saying, "Put these upon thy feet, and they shall accomplish the good of all." Rama put on the sandals and then returned them to his brother, who said, "I will live as a devotee for 14 years, with matted hair and in a robe of bark. These sandals, O Rama, will be placed upon the throne which I will guard for thee. If thou dost not return when the time of thy penance is ended, I will perish upon the pyre." The brethren then took leave of one another. Bharata returned to Ayodhya, and to his counselors spake, saying, "I will dwell outside the city in Nandigram until Rama returns again." Then he clad himself in bark and went to the jungle. There he conducted the affairs of government, holding the royal umbrella over Rama's sandals. All presents which were given were first presented to the sandals, because Bharata ruled the kingdom for his elder brother. The sandals of Rama were the symbol of royal authority. With the sandals of his elder, Bharat to Ayodhya went. Rama sought for deeper forests, on his arduous duty bent. Wandering with his wife and Lakshman, slowly sought the hermitage where resided saintly Atri, Vedic bard and ancient sage. Anasuya, wife of Atri, votaress of gods above, welcomed Sita in her cottage, tended her with mother's love, gave her robe and holy garland, jeweled ring and chain of gold, heard the tale of love and sadness which the soft-eyed Sita told, how the monarch of Videha held the plough and tilled the earth. From the furrow made by plowshare, infant Sita sprang to birth. How the monarch of Videha welcomed kings of worth and pride. Rama, midst the gathered monarchs, broke the bow and won the bride. How by Queen Kaikeyi's mandate Rama lost his father's throne. Sita followed him in exile, in the forest dark and lone. Softly from the lips of Sita words of joy and sorrow fell, and the pure-souled pious priestess wept to hear the tender tale. And she kissed her on the forehead, held her on her ancient breast, and in mother's tender accents thus her gentle thoughts expressed. "Sweet the tale you tell me, Sita, of thy wedding and thy love, of the true and tender Rama, righteous as the gods above. And thy wifely deep devotion fills my heart with purpose high. Stay with us, my gentle daughter, for the nightshades gather nigh. Hastening from each distant region, feathered songsters seek their rest, twitter in the leafy thickets ere they seek their nightly rest. Hastening from their pure ablutions, with their pitchers smooth and fair, in their dripping barks the hermits to their evening rites repair. And in sacred Agnihotra holy anchorites engage, and a wreath of smoke ascending marks the altar of each sage. Now a deeper shadow mantles bush and brake and trees around, and a thick and inky darkness falls upon the distant ground. Midnight prowlers of the jungle steal beneath the sable shade, but the tame deer by the altar seeks his wonted nightly bed. Mark how by the stars encircled sails the radiant Lord of Night, with his train of silver glory streaming o'er the azure height. And thy consort waits thee, Sita, but before thou leavest, fair, let me deck thy brow and bosom with these jewels rich and rare. Old these eyes and gray these tresses, but a thrill of joy is mine thus to see thy youth and beauty in this gorgeous garment shine. Pleased at heart the ancient priestess clad her in apparel meet, and the young wife glad and grateful bowed to Anasuya's feet. Robed and jeweled, bright and beauteous, sweet-eyed Sita softly came, where with anxious heart awaited Rama, prince of righteous fame. With a wifely love and longing, Sita met her hero bold. Anasuya's love and kindness in her grateful accents told. Rama and his brother listened of the grace by Sita gained, favors of the ancient priestess, pious blessings she had rained. In the Rishi's peaceful ashram, Rama passed the sacred night, in the hushed and silent forest silvered by the pale moon's light. Daylight dawned, to deeper forests Rama went serene and proud, as the sun in midday splendor sinks within a bank of cloud. Having in company with Sita arrived at that forest abounding in terrible beasts, Rama saw a man-eating rakshasa emitting tremendous roars, with hollow eyes, a huge face, frightful, having a deformed belly, disgusting, dreadful, misshapen, a horrible sight, clad in a tiger skin, besmeared with fat, covered with blood, who stood piercing with his iron spear 3 lions, 4 tigers, 2 leopards, 4 gazelles, and the huge tusked head of an elephant. Having seen Rama and Lakshmana, as well as Sita, he, growing angry, rushed against them. He took Sita, and going a little distance said, I am a rakshasa, Virada by name. This forest is my fastness. Accoutred in arms I range here, feeding on the flesh of ascetics. This transcendently beauteous one shall be my wife, and in battle I shall drink your blood, wretches that you are. Having gratified Brahma by my asceticism, I received this boon, that none in the world would be able to slay me by mangling my body with weapons. Hearing the wicked and wanting speech of the impious Virada, Sita began to tremble from fear like a plantain tree shaken by the wind. Rama, with his eyes reddened through wrath, replied, You surely seek your own death, and death you shall get in battle. Then, stringing his bow, Rama, speedily aiming at the Rakshasa, from his bowstring let go 7 sharpened shafts. Those arrows pierced Virada's body, and fell to the earth covered with blood. On being thus pierced, the Rakshasa set Sita down, and rushed in wrath towards Rama and Lakshmana. Then the brothers showered a blazing volley of arrows on the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa, laughing terribly, yawned, and as he yawned, the arrows fell off him. Then, swiftly raising up swords, Rama and Lakshmana approached their antagonist and began to assail him. Seizing them both with his arms, the terrible Rakshasa attempted to make away with those foremost of men, who, however, retained their calmness. Reading the Rakshasa's purpose, Rama said to Lakshmana, Let the Rakshasa bear us by this way wherever he likes. Lifting up Rama and Lakshmana by his might and prowess as if they were striplings, the haughty ranger of the night laid them on his shoulders. Then, sending up dreadful shouts, he directed his course toward the forest. Seeing them carried away, Sita cried in a loud voice. Rama and Lakshmana bestirred themselves, and Sumitra's son broke the Rakshasa's left arm, while Rama at once broke the Rakshasa's right arm. On his arms being broken, the Rakshasa, growing weak, sank down on the ground in a swoon like a hill riven by the thunderbolt. Thereupon they assailed the Rakshasa with their fists, arms, and feet, and lifting him up once and again, and pressing him, they trod on him. Although he was sore pierced by full many an arrow and cut sorely by swords, yet the Rakshasa did not die. Seeing him utterly incapable of being killed, Rama said, O Lakshmana, foremost of men, in consequence of his austerities, that Rakshasa cannot be vanquished with weapons in conflict. Therefore, let us cast him into a pit. You dig the pit, said the powerful Rama, while he remained, planting his foot on Virada's throat. Then, taking a hoe, Lakshmana dug a spacious pit, and cast Virada howling into the pit, and the forest resounded with his cries. Having thrown him into the hole, Rama and Lakshmana, their fears removed, appeared with joyful looks, and rejoiced in that forest like the sun and the moon seated in the heavens. The Rakshasa then spoke gently, "Slain am I, O chief of men, by you possessed of strength equal to that of Indra. Through ignorance, O foremost of men, I could not before know you. Now I know you are that Rama, the worthy son of Koshala. By virtue of a curse, I entered this dreadful Rakshasa form, I, Tumbaru, a Gandharva, having been cursed by Kubera. Being propitiated by me, Kubera said, when Rama, the son of Dasharata, shall slay you in an encounter, you, attaining thy natural condition, shall repair to the celestial regions. Through your grace have I been freed from this fearful curse. I shall now repair to heaven. Casting me into this pit in the wood, do you, O Rama, peacefully go thy way." Having said this unto Rama, the mighty Virada, afflicted with arrows, and after his body had been deposited in the pit, attained heaven. Repair to heaven. Casting me into this pit in the wood, do you, O Rama, peacefully go thy way. Having said thus unto Rama, the mighty Virada, afflicted with arrows, having his body deposited in the pit, attained heaven. Saint Agastya raised the princes, greeted them in accents sweet, gave them fruit and herb and water, offered them the honored seat. With libations unto Agni offered welcome to each guest, food and drink beseeming hermits on the wearied princes pressed. False the hermits, spake Agastya, who to guests their dues deny. Hunger they in life hereafter, like the speaker of a lie. And a royal guest and wanderer doth our foremost honor claim. Car-born kings protect the wide earth by their prowess and their fame. By these fruits and forest blossoms be our humble homage shown. By some gift of Rama worthy be Agastya's blessings known. Take this bow, heroic Rama, need for warlike arms is thine. Gems of more than earthly radiance on the goodly weapon shine. Worshipper of righteous Vishnu, Vishnu's wondrous weapon take. Heavenly artist shaped this bow of heavenly make. Take this shining dart of Brahma, radiant like a tongue of flame, sped by good and worthy archer, never shall it miss its aim. And this Indra's ample quiver filled with arrows true and keen, filled with arrows still unfailing in the battle's dreadful scene. Take this saber golden hilted, in its case of burnished gold, not unworthy of a monarch and a warrior true and bold. Impious foes of bright immortals know these weapons dread and dire, mowing down the ranks of foemen, scathing like the forest fire. Be these weapons thy companions, Rama, thou shalt need them oft, meet and conquers till thy foemen like the thunder god aloft. Pleased am I, so spake Agastya, in these forests dark and wild, thou hast come to seek me, Rama, with the saintly Janak's child. But like pale and drooping blossom severed from the parent tree, far from home, in toil and trouble, faithful Sita follows thee. True to wedded lord and husband she hath followed Raghu's son, with a woman's deep devotion, woman's duty she hath done. How unlike the fickle woman, true while fame and fortune smile, faithless when misfortunes gather, loveless in her wicked wile. How unlike the changeful woman, false as the lightning's fling, keen as saber, quick as tempest, swift as bird upon its wing. Dead to fortune's frown or favor, Sita still in truth abides, as the star of Arundhati in her mansion still resides. Rest thee with thy gentle consort, farther still she may not roam. Holier were this hermit's forest as the saintly Sita's home. Great Agastya, answered Rama, blessed is my banished life, for thy kindness to an exile and his friendless, homeless wife. But in wilder, gloomier forest lonesome we must wander still, where a deeper, darker shadow settles on the rock and rill. Be it so, Agastya answered. 2 short yojans from this place wild is Panchavati's forest, where unseen the wild deer race. Godavari's limpid waters through its gloomy gorges flow. Fruit and root and luscious berries on its silent margin grow. Seek that spot, and with thy brother build a lonesome leafy home. Tend thy true and toil-worn Sita, farther still she may not roam. Not unknown to me the mandate by thy royal father given, not unseen thy endless wanderings destined by the will of heaven. Therefore Panchavati's forest marked I for thy woodland stay, where the ripening wild fruit clusters and the wild bird trills his lay. Tend thy dear devoted Sita, and protect each pious rite, matchless in thy warlike weapons, peerless in thy princely might. Mark yon gloomy Mahua forest stretching o'er the boundless lea. Pass that wood, and turning northward, seek an old Garuda tree. Then ascend a sloping upland, by a steep and lofty hill. Thou shalt enter Panchavati, blossom covered, calm and still. It came to pass that one day there came to the quiet hermitage a rakshasa woman named Shurpanaka, the sister of Ravana, the demon king of Lanka, Ceylon. She was misshapen and ugly, and her voice was harsh and unpleasant. When she beheld Rama, who was comely as a lotus and of lofty and royal bearing, her heart was filled with love for him. Made bold with this love, she resolved to assume another form so as to induce him to leave the faithful Sita. In time she stood before the prince in the guise of a young and beautiful woman and said, "Who art thou who has come hither with thy bride to dwell in this lone jungle, which is haunted by rakshasas?" Said Rama, "I am Rama, the elder son of a Maharaja named Dasharata. I dwell here in exile in fulfillment of my sire's vow, with Sita my spouse, and Lakshmana my brother. Why dost thou, O fair one, who art as beautiful as the bride of Vishnu, wander about here all alone?" Shurpanaka said, "I am a Rakshasa woman, the sister of Ravana, and have come hither because I love thee. I have chosen thee for my husband, and thou shalt rule over my great empire. Thy Sita is pale and deformed and unworthy of thee, but I am of surpassing beauty, and have power to assume any form at will. I must devour Sita and thy brother, so that we may range the jungle together and visit the lofty hills." Said Rama, "Sita is my beloved bride, nor would I leave her. But Lakshmana hath no consort, and is a fit husband for thee." "Listen," so spake Shurpanaka, "if my purpose thou wouldst know. I am Raksha, Shurpanaka, wearing various shapes below. Know my brothers, royal Ravan, Lanka's lord from days of old, Kumbhakarna, dread and dauntless, and Vibhishana, true and bold. Khara and the doughty Dushan with me in these forests stray, but by Rama's love emboldened I have left them on the way. Broad and boundless is my empire, and I wander in my pride. Thee I choose as lord and husband, cast thy human wife aside. Pale is Sita and misshapen, scarce a warrior's worthy wife. To a nobler, lordlier female consecrate thy gallant life. Human flesh is food of Rakshas, weakling Sita I will slay. Slay that boy, thy stripling brother, thee as husband I obey. On the peaks of lofty mountains, in the forests dark and lone, we shall range the boundless woodlands, and the joys of dalliance prove." Rama heard her impious purpose, and a gentle smile repressed. To the foul and forward female thus his mocking words addressed: "List, O passion-smitten maiden, Sita is my honored wife. With a rival loved and cherished, cruel were thy wedded life. But no consort follows Lakshman. Peerless is his comely face, dauntless is his warlike valor, matchless is his courtly grace, and he leads no wife or consort to this darksome woodland grove. With no rival to thy passion, seek his ample-hearted love. Shurpanaka at once departed from Rama, and went and found Lakshmana, who jested with her. Then the enraged Rakshasa woman sprang towards Sita in jealous anger, but Rama thrust her back. Like to lightning, Lakshmana leapt forward with his sword and cut off the ears and nose of the evil-hearted Shurpanaka, whereat she shrieked and fled away, wailing like to the storm wind. The rocks answered back her awesome cries. Shurpanaka hastened to one of her brothers, who was named Khara, and when he saw her disfigured and bleeding, he cried, "None but a celestial could have done this deed. This day will I drink the blood of Indra as a crane drinks milk and water." Then Shurpanaka related what had taken place and said, "Rama and Lakshmana attacked me to protect the woman Sita, whose lifeblood I desired to drink. I entreat thee to bring her to me now." Khara called upon 14 rakshasas and commanded them to capture the 3 royal hermits who dwelt in Dandaka jungle. They hastened away, and Shurpanaka went with them. But soon she returned wailing because Rama had slain the rakshasas with celestial arrows. Khara immediately called upon his brother Dushana, saying, "Assemble an army of 14,000 rakshasas, and bring my weapons and my chariot with white horses, for verily this day I must kill the hateful Rama." Wrath of unrequited passion raged like madness in her breast, torn by anger strong as tempest. Thus her answer she addressed, "Are these mocking accents uttered, Rama, to insult my flame? Feasting on her faded beauty, dost thou still revere thy dame? But beware a Raksha's fury and an injured female's wrath. Shurpanaka slays thy consort, bears no rival in her path." Fawn-eyed Sita fell in terror as the Raksha rose to slay, so beneath the flaming meteor sinks Rohini's softer ray. And like demon of destruction, furious Shurpanaka came. Rama rose to stop the slaughter and protect his helpless dame. "Brother, we have acted wrongly, for with those of savage breed, word in jest is courting danger. This the penance of our deed. Death perchance or death-like stupor hovers o'er my loved dame. Let me wake to life my Sita, chase this female void of shame." Lakshman's anger leaped like lightning as the female hovered near. With his sword the wrathful warrior cleft her nose and either ear. Shurpanaka in her anguish raised her accents shrill and high, and the woods and wooded valleys answered back the dismal cry. Khara and the doughty Dushan heard the far resounding wail, saw her red disfigured visage, heard her sad and woeful tale. Evil were the omens as the army marched to battle. Jackals howled and birds screamed at dawn. The sky was blood red, and Rahu endeavored to swallow the sun and caused an awesome eclipse. A headless horror appeared in midair. The arrows of Rama emitted smoke, and he said to Lakshmana, "Hasten with Sita to a secret cave in the mountains and protect her there. I will battle with the demons alone." Lakshmana did as his brother commanded. Then Rama girt on his glowing armor, and, armed with a celestial bow and many arrows, he awaited the coming of his enemies. When the Rakshasas appeared, they quailed before him because he appeared like to Yama at a yuga end. But Khara drove on in his chariot, urging his followers to attack. They followed him roaring like a tempest, and they appeared like to black, tremendous clouds rushing towards the rising sun. Thousands of weapons were showered against Rama, who began to discharge flaming arrows which swept among the Rakshasas like fire in a sun-dried forest, so that many were mangled and slain. Still Khara and his brother continued to attack, but Rama seized a great celestial weapon and slew Dushana and scattered the demon army in flight. Kara sought to avenge his brother's death, but Rama drew his bow and shot a blazing arrow which consumed him instantly. So was the battle won, and Sita came forth from the cave and embraced her heroic husband and kissed him. Ravana reclined, his numerous eyes half closed in an ecstasy of voluptuous enjoyment, when he was disturbed by a stir and confusion among his obsequious courtiers. Looking up in angry astonishment, he perceived his sister, the vindictive Shurpanaka, her garments torn and soiled, her tawny hair streaming, wild and disheveled, and her face bespattered with blood. She forced her way through the startled rakshasas, and, rushing forward to the monarch's feet, smote her breast and sought to speak, but, choked by her violent emotion, fell on her face and lay there, mouthing and struggling in vain for breath. Then the dreadful lord of the rakshasas leapt to his feet, and, snatching Shurpanaka up from off the ground, shouted, his eyes flushing crimson with rage, "Speak! Who has dared molest the sister of Ravana, the victor of the deathless gods? Dost hear me? I command thee, speak!" Then Shurpanaka broke into a hoarse, derisive laugh. "Who has dared?" she said, and stood before him, clutching her heart with both her hands as though she feared for very fury it might burst ere she had spoken. "Brother, whilst you stretch your limbs on softly cushioned ottomans like some mawkish saint, tasting celestial beatitude, the name of Rakshasa is made the laughing-stock of the three worlds. In the country of Janastana, the crows feast on the corpses of our warriors. The anchorites and pious hermits wander at their ease through the wood of Dandaka and laugh at the memory of its terrors. Kara is dead, and Dushana, and Trisharas, the hero with the 3 heads. They sought to avenge my wrongs and to destroy the audacious warrior who dared to mutilate me thus, and they perished in this just cause, they and 14,000 warriors. And now, perchance, you will ask once more who has dared to do this? Oh, not the armies of the deathless gods, not the Gandharvas, not the Rishis, nor the Danavas, but a man, one Rama, an exiled youth, now dwelling with his brother and his bride in the vale of Panchavati." Ravana dashed his monstrous hand down upon the couch, and the golden frame was shivered, and jewels sprang from it like glistening tears of pain. "Who is this Rama?" he asked, with intense slowness of utterance, and his low, deep voice was like the mutterings which precede the tempest. "How great is his strength? What weapons has he? To what race does he belong? And why does he dwell in the vale of Panchavati?" Then Shurpanaka answered, "He is the son of Dasharata, king of Ayodhya. His arms are long, and his chest is large as the mighty Indra's. In his eyes is a tranquil radiance which makes one shrink. His garment is of the fiber of bark, and he has a black antelope skin thrown across his shoulders. He has a large bow chased with gold. One does not see him bend it, nor adjust his arrows, but his shafts rush through the air like winged flames and beat down his enemies, as the hail destroys the harvest. He has with him a young brother named Lakshmana. The insolence of this youth is unparalleled. He laughs in the thick of the fight and deals out gibes with death. Like Rama, he has one thought, one care, one vulnerable spot where those who loathe him may deal him a more painful blow than death. His honor and his brother's love are bound up in the woman who dwells with them, Sita, the youthful wife of Rama. The loveliness of this Sita, heavens, the execrable loveliness of this Sita. When I think of it, of the little pouting mouth and smooth dimpled cheeks and soft appealing eyes, by the 13 gods my fingers tremble to claw and tear this hateful beauty and make it more hideous than my gashed, distorted face. Death, it is over too soon by half. A man may be content to kill his enemy. A rakshasa prefers to torture him. You understand me? Carry off this Sita, for your very lust's sake, carry off this beautiful, accursed Sita. Once more the Rakshasi flung herself at her brother's feet, but this time he laid his immense hand caressingly on her tangled head and said, "It sufficeth, Shurpanaka." And then he laughed. That was very terrible. Even the Rakshasas exchanged appalled glances. The wind caught up the sound and rushed through the wastes of space, wailing, "Ravana, the scourge of the three worlds, has laughed. There will be cause of weeping for all living creatures soon." So Ravana took his chariot and fared along by the sea to a great forest to consult again with Maricha, who dwelt there in a hermitage practicing self-restraint. Maricha counseled Ravana not to meddle with Rama. "Thou wouldst get off easily," he said, "if Rama, once angered, left a single rakshasa alive, or held his hand from destroying thy city of Lanka." But Ravana was fey, and boasted that Rama would be an easy prey. He blamed Maricha for ill will toward himself and threatened him with death. Then Maricha, out of fear, consented, though he looked for no less than death from Rama when they should meet again. Then Ravana was pleased, and taking Maricha in his car, set out for Rama's hermitage, explaining how Sita should be taken by a ruse. Maricha, obedient to Ravana, assumed the form of a golden deer and ranged about the wood near Rama's hut. Its horns were like twin jewels, its face was piebald, its ears like two blue lotus flowers, its sleek sides soft as the petals of a flower, its hooves as black as jet, its haunches slender, its lifted tail of every color of the rainbow. A deer form such as this he took. His back was starred with gold and silver, and he ranged about the forest lawns seeking to be seen by Sita. Maricha assumed the shape of a golden deer with silvern spots. Its horns were tipped with sapphire, and its eyes were like to blue lotus blooms. This beautiful animal of gentle seeming grazed below the trees until Sita beheld it with wondering eyes as she came forth to pluck wildflowers. She called to Rama, saying, "A deer of wondrous beauty is wandering through the grove. I long to rest at ease on its golden skin." Said Rama, "O Lakshmana, I must fulfill the desire of Sita. Tarry with her until I obtain this animal for her." So speaking, he lifted his bow and hastened away through the trees. Lakshmana spoke to Sita and said, "My heart is full of misgivings. Sages have told that Rakshasas are wont to assume the forms of deer. Ofttimes have monarchs been waylaid in the forest by artful demons, who came to lure them away." Shape of deer unmatched in beauty now the deer Maricha wore, golden tints upon his haunches, sapphire on his antlers bore. Till the woodland wandering Sita marked the creature in his pride. Golden was his neck of beauty, silver white his flank and side. "Come, my lord and gallant Lakshman," thus the raptured Sita spake, "mark the deer of wondrous radiance browsing by the forest brake." "Much my heart misgives me, sister," Lakshman hesitated still. "'Tis some deep deceitful Raksha, wearing every shape at will. Monarchs wandering in this forest, hunting in this lonely glen, oft waylaid by artful Rakshas, are by deep devices slain. Bright as day-god or Gandharva, woodland scenes they love to stray, till they fall upon the heedless, quick to slaughter and to slay. Trust me, not in jewel bluster forest creatures haunt the green. 'Tis some maya and illusion, trust not what thy eyes have seen." Vainly spake the watchful Lakshman, in the arts of Rakshas skilled, for with forceful fascination Sita's inmost heart was thrilled. "Husband, good and ever gracious," sweetly thus implored the wife, "I would tend this thing of beauty, sharer of my forest life. I have witnessed in this jungle graceful creatures passing fair, chowrie, and the gentle roebuck, antelope of beauty rare. I have seen the lithesome monkey sporting in the branches' shade, grizzly bear that feeds on mahua, and the deer that crops the blade. I have marked the stately wild bull dash into the deepest wood, and the kinnar, strange and wondrous as in sylvan wilds he stood. But these eyes have never rested on a form so wondrous fair, on a shape so full of beauty, decked with tints so rich and rare. Bright his bosom, gem-bespangled, soft the luster of his eye, lighting up the gloomy jungle as the moon lights up the sky. And his gentle voice and glances, and his graceful steps and light, fill my heart with eager longing, and my soul with soft delight. If alive that beauteous object thou canst capture in thy way, as thy Sita's sweet companion, in these woodlands he will stay. And when our days of exile to Ayodhya will repair, dwell in Sita's palace chamber, nursed by Sita's tender care. And our royal brother Bharat oft will praise his strength and speed, and the queens and royal mothers pause the gentle thing to feed. If alive this wary creature be it husband hard to take, slay him, and his skin of luster cherish for thy Sita's sake. I will as a golden carpet spread the skin upon the grass, sweet memento of this forest, when our forest days will pass. Pardon if an eager longing which befits a woman ill, and an unknown fascination doth my inmost bosom fill, as I mark his skin bespangled, and his antlers sapphire ray, and his coat of starry radiance glowing in the light of day. Rama chased the deer a long time hither and thither through the forest, and at length he shot an arrow which pierced its heart. In his agony Maricha sprang out of the deer's body, and cried out in imitation of Rama's voice, "Sita, Sita, save me! Oh, save me, Lakshmana!" Then he died, and Rama perceived that he had slain the rakshasa, Maricha, brother of Ravana. Sita's heart was filled with alarm when she heard the voice of the rakshasa calling in imitation of her husband. She spake to Lakshmana, saying, "Hasten and help my Rama, he calls for help." Said Lakshmana, "Do not fear for Rama, O fair one, no rakshasa can injure him. I must obey his command and remain beside thee. The cry thou hast heard is an illusion wrought by demons." Sita was wroth, her eyes sparkled, and her voice shook as she spake, saying, "Hath thine heart grown callous? Art thou thy brother's enemy? Rama is in peril, and yet thou dost not hasten to succor him. Hast thou followed him to the forest, desiring that he should die, so as to obtain his widow by force? If so, thy hope is a delusion, because I will not live one moment after he dies. It is useless, therefore, for thee to tarry here." Said Lakshmana, whose eyes were filled with tears, "I do not fear for Rama, O Sita. Thy words scald me, for thou art as a mother unto me. I cannot answer thee. My heart is free from sin. Alas, that fickle women with poisonous tongues should endeavor to set brother against brother." Sita wept, and Lakshmana, repenting that he had spoken harshly, said, "I will obey thee and hasten unto Rama. May the spirits of the forest protect thee against hidden enemies. I am troubled, because I behold evil omens. When I return, may I behold Rama by thy side." Said Sita, "If Rama is slain, I will die by drowning, or by poison, or else by the noose. I cannot live without Rama." Ravana kept watch the while, and when he saw Lakshmana leaving the hermitage, he assumed the guise of a forest sage, and went towards the lonely and sad-hearted Sita. The jungle had grown silent. Ravana saw that Sita was beautiful as the solitary moon at midnight when it illumines the gloomy forest. He spake, saying, "O woman of golden beauty, O shy one in full bloom, robed in silk and adorned with flowers, art thou Shri or Gauri, or the goddess of love, or a nymph of the forest? Red as coral are thy lips, thy teeth shine like to jasmine. Love dwelleth in thine eyes, so soft and lustrous. Slender art thou, and tall, with shapely limbs and a bosom like to ripe fruit. Wherefore, O fair one, with long shining tresses, dost thou linger here in the lonesome jungle? More seemly it were if thou didst adorn a stately palace. Choose thee a royal suitor, be the bride of a king. What god is thy sire, O beautiful one? Sita honored Ravana, believing that he was a Brahmin. She told him the story of Rama's exile and said, "Rest thyself here until the jungle-ranging brethren return to greet thee." Then Ravana said, "No Brahmin am I, but the ruler of the vengeful rakshasas. I am Ravana, king of Lanka, dreaded by even the gods. Thy beauty, O fair one, clad in yellow silk, has taken captive my heart. Be my chief queen, O Sita, and 5,000 handmaidens will wait upon thee. Share my empire and my fame." Said Sita, whose eyes flashed fiery anger, "Knowest thou Rama, the godlike hero who is ever victorious in strife? I am his wedded wife. Knowest thou Rama, the sinless and saintly one, who is strongly armed and full of valor and virtue? I am his wedded wife. What madness has prompted thee to woo the wife of so mighty a warrior? I follow Rama as a lioness follows a lion. Canst thou, a prowling jackal, hope to obtain a lioness? Snatch from the jaws of a lion the calf which it is devouring. Touch the fang of a cobra when it seizeth a fallen victim. Or tear up a mountain by the roots, or seize the sun in heaven before thou dost seek to win or capture the wife of Rama, the avenger." Ravana boasted his prowess, saying, "I have power to slay even Yama. I can torture the sun and shoot arrows through the earth. Little dost thou know of my glory and my heroism." Then he changed his shape and stood up in gigantic demon form with vast body and 10 heads and 20 arms. Seizing Sita, he soared through the air with her as Garuda carries off the queen of serpents. He placed her in his chariot and went away swifter than the wind. By his left hand tremor shaken, Ravan held her streaming hair. By his right the ruthless Raksha lifted up the fainting fair. Unseen dwellers of the woodlands watched the dismal deed of shame. Mark the mighty armed Raksha lift the poor and helpless dame. Seat her on his car celestial, yoked with asses winged with speed, golden in its shape and radiance, fleet as Indra's heavenly steed. Angry threat and sweet entreaty Ravan to her ears addressed, as the struggling, fainting woman still he held upon his breast. Vain his threat and vain entreaty, "Rama, Rama," still she cried, to the dark and distant forest where her noble lord had hied. Then arose the car celestial o'er the hill and wooded vale. Like a snake in eagle's talons, Sita writhed with piteous wail. Dim and dizzy, faint and faltering, still she sent her piercing cry, echoing through the boundless woodlands, pealing to the upper sky. But Ravana's yellow eyes grew red with anger, and the peaceful face changed, and he took his own horrid shape, 10-faced and 20-armed. He seized that gentle thing by the hair and limbs, and sprang into his golden ass-drawn car, and rose up into the sky. But she cried aloud to Lakshmana and to Rama, "And O thou forest and flowery trees," she cried, "and thou Godavari, and woodland deities, and deer and birds, I conjure you to tell my lord that Ravana has stolen me away." Then she saw the great vulture Jatayu on a tree and prayed him for help. He woke from sleep, and, seeing Ravana and Sita, spoke soft words to the Rakshasa, advising him to leave his evil course. Jatayu warned him that Rama would surely avenge the wrong with death. "And while I live, thou shalt not take away the virtuous Sita. but I will fight with thee and fling thee from thy car." Then Ravana, with angry eyes, sprang upon Jatayu, and there was a deadly battle in the sky. Many weapons he showered on Jatayu, while the king of birds wounded Ravana with beak and talons. So many arrows pierced Jatayu that he seemed like a bird half hidden in a nest. But he broke with his feet 2 bows of Ravana's and destroyed the sky-faring car, so that Ravana fell down onto the earth with Sita on his lap. But Jatayu by then was weary, and Ravana sprang up again and fell upon him, and with a dagger cut away his wings, so that he fell down at the point of death. Sita sprang to her friend and clasped him with her arms, but he lay motionless and silent like an extinguished forest fire. Then Ravana seized her again and went his way across the sky. Against the body of the rakshasa she shone like golden lightning amidst heavy clouds, or a cloth of gold upon a sable elephant. All nature grieved for her. The lotus flowers faded, the sun grew dark, the mountains wept in waterfalls and lifted up their summits like arms. The woodland deities were terrified, the young deer shed tears, and every creature lamented. But Brahma, seeing Sita carried away, rejoiced and said, "Our work is accomplished now," foreseeing Ravana's death. The hermits were glad and sorry at once, sorry for Sita, and glad that Ravana must die. Now as they drove through the sky in such a fashion, Sita saw 5 great monkeys on a mountain top, and to them she cast down her jewels and her golden veil, unobserved of Ravana, as a token for Rama. Now when Sita was dwelling in the palace of the demon king, guarded by rakshasa women, Ravana approached her again and addressed to her sweet speeches, praising her beauty and endeavoring to win her love. But Sita rejected him with scorn. Although she was his prisoner, he could not win her by force. She was strengthened by her own virtue. She was protected by Brahma's dead decree. Be it known that once upon a time the lustful Ravana had seized by force a nymph of Indra's heaven whose name was Ramba. When he committed that evil offense, Brahma spoke angrily and said that Ravana's head would be rent asunder if he ever again attempted to act in like manner towards another female in heaven or upon earth. Sita said unto the demon king, "Thou shalt never have me for wife, either in this world or in the next. Rather would I die than gratify thy desire." Angry was Ravana, and he commanded the female rakshasas to convey Sita to the Ashoka grove, believing that her heart would be melted by the beauties of that fair retreat. "Thou wilt provide her with fine raiment," he said, "and with rich ornaments, and delicious food. Thou wilt praise me before her, and anon threaten her with dire calamity if she refuseth to become my bride." Sita remembered Rama in her heart by day and by night, and wept and moaned for him, refusing to be comforted. Long and loudly did Rama lament when he returned to the forest hut and found that it was empty. He knew that Sita had been carried away, but whither he knew not. Rama wept for Sita. He searched hither and thither through the forest and called on every mountain and tree and on every bird and every beast, asking whither she had gone. When he found a tattered garland which his loved one had worn, he swooned with overpowering grief. Then Lakshmana sprinkled water drops on his face until he revived. "Alas, my brother," he cried, "do not sorrow thus, lest death should snatch thee away." Said Rama, "Sita is my heart's love. I cannot live without her. For my sake she deserted the royal palace to wander in this fearsome jungle. Now that she is gone, the moments seem longer than years. How can I live on when she is lost to me?" Lakshmana comforted his brother. Then they arose together and continued their vain search. Rama beheld a beauteous lotus in a clear stream, and, blinded with tears, he deemed it was the face of Sita. "O hard-hearted one," he exclaimed, "art thou hiding there among the water blooms? Seekest thou to test my love in this manner? Arise and come to me, my sweet love, nor doubt me any longer." But the bloom moved not, and Lakshmana led away his grief-distracted brother. "Mayhap she hath returned to the hut now," Rama cried. Then the brethren hastened to the hermitage, but found it empty as before. Rama wailed in the moonlight and cried to the orb of night, "O moon, mankind welcomes thy coolness, but thou dost bring to me naught but sorrow and tears. Thou lookest over the whole world, beholding all living things. Where, oh tell me, where is my beloved one, my lost Sita?" Rama wandered fitfully through the jungle. The moonbeams and the shadows fluttered around, and it seemed as if the face of Sita were peering from everywhere. So passed a sleepless night, full of mourning and illusions. On the morrow the brethren went forth again in quest of the lost one. They came to the place where Jatayu lay dying, and that lordly bird spake to Rama and related all that had befallen Sita and himself. Rama sat on the ground. He embraced the dying vulture king and said unto Lakshmana, "Alas, my brother, the noble Jatayu hath given up his life to serve me. I have lost my kingdom and my sire. I have lost Sita, and now our ally, the Raja of Vultures, is dying. All my friends are passing away. If I were to sit in the shade of a tree, the tree would fall. If I stooped to drink water from a river, verily the river would dry up." Then he spake to Jatayu, saying, "Whither hath Ravana gone with my well-beloved?" Said the vulture, "He went southward, towards an unknown forest fastness. Alas, my strength fails, mine eyes grow blind, my life is ebbing from my body." When he had spoken thus, Jatayu died in Rama's arms, and his soul ascended to the heaven of Vishnu in a chariot of fire. Thereafter the brethren went towards the south. On their way they met a black demon of monstrous size. His head was in the middle of his body. He had but one eye, and his teeth were numerous and long. Suddenly the misshapen demon stretched out his two great arms, and the brethren fought against the arms. The demon cried, "Who are ye that dare to combat with me? I welcome ye because I am hungered this day, and long to feast on human flesh." Rama and Lakshmana fought on until they cleft both the great arms that were coiled around them, whereat the monster fell upon the ground. Said Rama, "We are Dasharata's sons, who are exiles in the jungle." Then the demon revealed that he was Kabunda, and bade them burn his body, so that he might be bereft of his rakshasa form and nature. Thereafter, he promised, he would inform them regarding Sita. The brethren dug a pit and cremated the monster, and from the fire arose Kabunda, the Gandharva, who had been placed under spells. He spake and said, "Ravana dwells in the island of Lanka. He is the king of rakshasas. If thou wouldst fain overcome him, thou must seek the aid of the ape chief, Sugriva, king of the Vanars, who dwells on Rishamukha mountain." The princes reached the holy ground, where noble trees stood thick around, and joying in the lovely view, near to the aged votress drew. To meet the sons of Raghu came, with hands upraised the pious dame, and bending low, with reverence meet, welcomed them both, and pressed their feet. Them water as beseems she gave, their lips to cool, their feet to lave. To that pure saint who never broke one law of duty, Rama spoke, "I trust no cares invade thy peace, while holy works and zeal increase. That thou content with scanty food all touch of ire hast long subdued. That all thy vows are well maintained, while peace of mind is surely gained. That reverence of the saints who taught the faithful heart, due fruit has brought." The aged votress, pure of taint, revered by every perfect saint, rose to her feet by Rama's side, and thus in gentle tones replied, My penance meed this day I see complete, my lord, in meeting thee. This day the fruit of birth I gain, nor have I served the saints in vain. I reap rich fruits of toil and vow, and heaven itself awaits me now. When I, O chief of men, have done honor to thee, the godlike one, I feel, great Lord, thy gentle eye my earthly spirit purify. And I, brave tamer of thy foes, shall through thy grace in bliss repose. Thy feet by Chitrakuta strayed when those great saints, whom I obeyed, in dazzling chariots bright of view, hence to their heavenly mansions flew. As the high saints were borne away, I heard their holy voices say, In this pure grove, O devotee, Prince Rama soon will visit thee. When he and Lakshman seek this shade, be to thy guests all honor paid. Him shalt thou see, and pass away to those blessed worlds which ne'er decay. To me, O mighty chief, the best of lofty saints these words addressed. Laid up within my dwelling lie fruits of each sort which would supply food culled for thee, and endless store from every tree on Pampa's shore. Thus to her virtuous guest she sued, and he, with heavenly lore endued, words such as these in turn addressed to her with equal knowledge blessed. Danu himself the power has told of thy great master's lofty soul. Now, if thou will, mine eyes would fain assurance of their glories gain. She heard the prince's wish declare, then rose she, and the royal pair of brothers through the woods she led, that round her holy dwelling spread. Behold, Matanga's wood, she cried, a grove made famous far and wide, dark as thick clouds, and tilled with herds of wandering deer, and filled with herds of wandering deer and joyous birds. In this pure spot each reverend sire with offerings fed the holy fire. See here the western altar stands, where daily with their trembling hands the aged saints, so long obeyed by me, their gifts of blossoms laid. The holy power, O Raghu's son, by their ascetic virtue won, still keeps their well-loved altar bright, filling the air with beams of light. And even those seven neighboring lakes behold, which, when the saints infirm and old, worn out by fast, no longer sought, moved hither, drawn by power of thought. Look, Rama, where the devotees hung their bark mantles on the trees, fresh from the bath, those garments wet, though many a day, are dripping yet. See, through those aged hermits' power, the tender spray, this bright-hued flower, with which the saints their worship paid, fresh to this hour, nor change nor fade. Here thou hast seen each lawn and dell, and heard the tale I had to tell. Permit thy servant, Lord, I pray, to cast this mortal shell away, for I would dwell, this life resigned, with those great saints of lofty mind, whom I within this holy shade with reverential care obeyed. When Rama and his brother heard the pious prayer the dame preferred, filled full of transport and amaze, they marveled as her words they praised. Then Rama to the votress said, whose holy vows were perfected, Go, lady, where thou fain wouldst be, O thou who well hast honored me. Her locks in hermit fashion tied, clad in bark coat and black deer hide, when Rama gave consent, the dame resigned her body to the flame. Then, like the fire that burns and glows, to heaven the sainted lady rose. In all her heavenly garments dressed, immortal wreaths on neck and breast, bright with celestial gems she shone, most beautiful to look upon. And like the flame of lightning sent a glory through the firmament. That holy sphere the dame attained, by depth of contemplation gained, where roam high saints with spirits pure, in bliss that shall for aye endure. Then Sugriva invited Hanuman to disguise himself and approach the strangers, and to find out, if he could, who they were and why they came. So Hanuman took the shape of a beggar and set forth. When he overtook the two brothers, he spoke to them and extolled their great beauty and strength, and asked them why they wandered thus fully armed about the lake country, filling all the animals with fear. When they did not reply, he explained that he was Hanuman, the messenger of Sugriva, the high-souled, heroic, and virtuous monkey who journeyed through the world with sorrow in his heart, because Vali, his elder brother, had driven him away and had captured his wife. Then Rama, his face shining with joy, told Lakshmana that this was certainly Hanuman, the chief counselor of Sugriva, the best of monkeys, whom they had come to seek by the lake Pampa, and he bade his brother speak words of welcome. Hearing these words, Hanuman's heart overflowed with gladness. Here at last was a friendly power, a willing ally by whose help, if he could but bring them together, Sugriva might win back the kingdom and find his wife. But first Hanuman repeated his question, asking why they wandered about thus in the lake country. Then Lakshmana explained who they were, how Rama had been driven into exile, and how he himself had of his own will followed his brother in all his wanderings and troubles. He said further that it was Rama's great wish and powerful thought. He said further that it was Rama's wish, great and powerful though he was, to place himself under the protection of Sugriva. Then Hanuman answered that they must come at once. Sugriva too, he said, has been turned out of his kingdom. He too has had his wife torn from him and has been troubled greatly by a brother. He, with us, will help you in your search for beautiful Sita. So Rama and Lakshmana, knowing that the son of the wind god could not lie, agreed to go with him. And Hanuman, taking again his monkey shape, put them both on his back and sped away till he brought them to that best of hills and set them down in the presence of Sugriva, the monkey chief. Whereupon this best of monkeys told Rama how it had come to pass that Vali, his elder brother, should have behaved so badly. It appeared that on one occasion Vali, being attacked by an enemy, pursued him in the moonlight till the creature, finding a hole, ran down it under the earth. Then Vali, leaving Sugriva with orders to guard the mouth till his return, followed his enemy into the hole, and Sugriva watched faithfully for 1 whole year. Then, hearing fierce cries, but no sound of his brother's voice, and seeing blood issue from the mouth of the cave, Sugriva believed that Vali had been killed and returned to Kishkinda and ruled his brother's subjects. Yet, as a matter of fact, Vali had not been killed, and when he had destroyed his enemy, he came back to the mouth of the hole. But as Sugriva, before leaving it, had filled it in with the top of a mountain, Vali had the greatest difficulty in getting out again. And when he once arrived back in Kishkinda, he refused to believe Sugriva's tale, but declared that his younger brother had filled up the whole of the cavern with a mountain top to keep him a prisoner, and so to get safe possession of his kingdom. Nothing that Sugriva could say or do could assuage his anger, and Vali took away Sugriva's wife, and turned that best of monkeys adrift with nothing on but a single cloth. So, Rama, has it come about, said Sugriva in conclusion of his story, that I am alone here with Hanuman and his followers. All my defense is in these faithful apes who accompany me always. On hearing this pitiful tale, Rama prepared at once to avenge his friend Sugriva, and, having given that best of monkeys unmistakable proof of his great strength, he begged Sugriva to challenge Vali to meet them in battle. Linked in bonds of faithful friendship, Rama and Sugriva came, where in royal town Kishkinda Vali ruled with warlike fame. And a shout like troubled oceans, or like tempest's deafening roar, spake Sugriva's mighty challenge to the victor king once more. Vali knew that proud defiance shaking sky and solid ground, and like sun by eclipse shaded, dark and pale, he turned around, and his teeth were set in anger, and a passion lit his eye, as a tempest stirs a torrent when its lilies scattered lie. And he rose in wrath terrific, with a thought of vengeance dread, and the firm earth shook and trembled neath his proud and haughty tread. But the true and tender Tara held her husband and her lord, and a woman's deeper wisdom spake in woman's loving word. Wherefore like a rain-fed torrent swells thy passion in its sway? Thoughts of wrath like withered blossoms from thy bosom cast away. Wait till dawns another morning, wait till thou dost truly know with what strength and added forces comes again thy humbled foe. Crushed in combat, faint Sugriva fled in terror and in pain. Trust me, not without a helper comes he to the fight again. Trust me, Lord, that loud defiance is no coward's faltering cry. Conscious strength, not hesitation, speaks in voice so proud and high. Much my woman's heart misgives me. Not without a mighty aid, not without a daring comrade comes Sugriva to this raid. Not with feeble friends Sugriva seeks alliance in his need, nor invokes a powerless chieftain in his lust and in his greed. Mighty is his royal comrade. Listen, husband, to my word, what my son in forest confines from his messengers hath heard. Princes from Ayodhya's country, peerless in the art of war, Rama and the valiant Lakshman in these forests wander far. Much I fear these matchless warriors have their aid and counsel lent. Conscious of his strength, Sugriva hath this proud defiance sent. To his foes resistless Rama is a lightning from above. To his friends a tree of shelter, soul of tenderness and love. Dearer than his love of glory is his love to heal and bless. Dearer than the crown and empire is his hermit's holy dress. Not with such, my lord and husband, seek a vain, unrighteous strife, for like precious ores in mountains, virtues dwell in Rama's life. Make Sugriva thy companion, make him regent and thy heir. Discord with a younger brother rends an empire broad and fair. Make thy peace with young Sugriva nearest and thy dearest kin. Brother's love is truest safety, brother's hate is deadliest sin. Trust me, monarch of Kishkinda, trust thy true and faithful wife. Thou shalt find no truer comrade than Sugriva in thy life. Wage not then a war fraternal, smite him not in sinful pride. As a brother and a warrior, let him stand by Vali's side. Listen to thy Tara's counsel, if to thee is Tara dear. If thy wife is true in duty, scorn not Tara's wifely tear. Not with Rama, prince of virtue, wage a combat dread and high. Not with Rama, prince of valor, peerless like the Lord of sky. Star-eyed Tara softly counseled, pressing to her consort's side. Mighty Vali proudly answered with a warrior's lofty pride. Challenge of a humbled foeman and a younger's haughty scorn may not, shall not, tender Tara, by a king be meekly borne. Vali turns not from encounter even with his dying breath. Insult from a foe unanswered is a deeper stain than death. And Sugriva's quest for combat Vali never shall deny, though sustained by Rama's forces and by Rama's prowess high. Free me from thy sweet embraces, and amidst thy maids retire. Woman's love and soft devotion, woman's timid thoughts inspire. Fear not, Tara, blood of brother Vali's honor shall not stain. I will quell his proud presumption, chase him from this realm again. Free me from thy loving dalliance, midst thy damsels seek thy place. till I come a happy victor to my Tara's fond embrace. Slow and sad, with sweet obeisance, Tara stepped around her lord. Welling teardrops choked her accents as she prayed in stifled word. Slow and sad, with swelling bosom, Tara with her maids retired. Vali issued, proud and stately, with the thought of vengeance fired. Hissing like an angry cobra, city's lofty gates he passed, and his proud and angry glances fiercely all around he cast, till he saw the bold Sugriva, gold-complexioned, red with ire, girded for the dubious combat, flaming like the forest fire. Vali braced his warlike garments, and his hand he lifted high. Bold Sugriva raised his right arm with a proud and answering cry. Vali's eyes were red as copper, and his chain was burnished gold. To his brother bold Sugriva thus he spake in accents bold. Mark this iron fist, intruder, fatal is its vengeful blow. Crushed and smitten thou shalt perish, and to nether world shalt go. Nay, that fate awaits thee, Vali, spake Sugriva, armed for strife, when this right arm smites thy forehead, from thy bosom rends thy life. Closed the chiefs in fatal combat, each resistless in his pride, and like running rills from mountains poured their limbs the purple tide, till Sugriva, quick uprooting shal tree from the jungle wood, as the dark cloud hurls the lightning, hurled it where his brother stood. Staggering neath the blow terrific, Vali reeled and almost fell, as a proud ship overladen reels upon the ocean's swell. But with fiercer rage and fury Vali in his anguish rose, and with mutual blows they battled, brothers and relentless foes. Like the sun and moon in conflict, or like eagles in their fight, still they fought with cherished hatred and an unforgotten spite. Till with mightier force and fury Vali did his younger quell. Faint Sugriva, fiercely struggling neath his brother's prowess, fell. Still the wrathful rivals wrestled with their bleeding arms and knees, with their nails like claws of tigers, and with riven rocks and trees. And as Indra battles Vritra in the tempest's pealing roar, blood-stained Vali, red Sugriva strove and struggled, fought and tore, till Sugriva, faint and faltering, fell like Vritra from the sky. To his comrade and his helper turned his faint and pleading eye. Ah, those soft and pleading glances smote the gentle Rama's heart. On his bow of ample stature Rama raised the fatal dart. Like the fatal disc of Yama was his proudly circled bow. Like a snake of deadly poison flew his arrow, swift and low. Winged dwellers of the forest heard the twang with trembling fear. Heard the twang with trembling fear. Echoing woods gave back the accent. Lightly fled the startled deer. And as Indra's flag is lowered when the Ashwin winds prevail, lofty Vali, pierced and bleeding, by that fatal arrow fell. Tears of love the tender Tara on her slaughtered hero shed. In Sugriva's bosom melted when he saw his brother dead. And each Vanar chief and warrior, Mahamatra, lord and peer, gathered round the sad Sugriva, wet with unavailing tear. And they girt the victor Rama, and they praised his wondrous might, as the heavenly rishis gather, circling Brahma's throne of light. Hanuman, of sun-like radiance, lofty as a hill of gold, clasped his hands in due obeisance, spake in accents calm and bold. By thy prowess, peerless Rama, Prince Sugriva is our lord. To his father's throne and empire to his father's town restored. Cleansed by bath and fragrant unguents, and in royal garments gay, he shall with his gold and garlands homage to the victor pay. To the rock-bound fair Kishkinda do thy friendly footsteps bend, and as monarch of the Vanars consecrate thy grateful friend. 14 years, so Rama answered, by his father's stern command, in a city sacred confines banished Rama may not stand. Friend and comrade, brave Sugriva, enter thou the city wall, and assume the royal scepter in thy father's royal hall. Gallant Angad, son of Vali, is in regal duties trained. Ruling partner of thy empire be the valiant prince ordained. Eldest son of eldest brother, such the maxim that we own, worthy of his father's kingdom, doth ascend his father's throne. Listen, 'tis the month of Shravan, now begins the yearly rain. In these months of wind and deluge, thoughts of vengeful strife were vain. Enter then thy royal city, fair Kishkinda be thy home. With my ever faithful Lakshman, let me in these mountains roam. Spacious is yon rocky cavern, fragrant with the mountain air, bright with lily and with lotus, watered by a streamlet fair. Here we dwell till month of Kartik, when the clouded sky will clear, and the time of war and vengeance on our foemen shall be near. They say that as the seasons move, our sorrow gently fades away, but I am far from her I love, and sorrow deepens every day. That she is gone is not my woe, that she was reft is not my pain. The thought that agonizes so is this: her youth is spent in vain. Blow, breezes, blow to her dear face, blow back to me her kisses sweet, though through you we taste a glad embrace, and in the moon our glances meet. When she was torn away from me, my lord, my love, was all her cry, which tortures me incessantly. My heart is poisoned and I die. I burn upon an awful pyre, my body wastes by day and night. Her loss is fuel to feed the fire that burns so pitilessly white. If I could leave each loving friend, could sink beneath the sea and sleep, perhaps the fire of love would end, if I could slumber in the deep. One thought consoles my worst distress: through this I live, I cannot die, while she lies down in loveliness upon the self-same earth as I. The sun-parched rice, no longer wet, lives on, while earth her moisture gives. The root of love supports me yet, for they have told me that she lives. Though giants hem her round, yet soon she shall be freed, and shall arise as radiantly as the moon from clouds that darken some autumn skies. When shall I pierce the giant's breast with shafts that suck his life away, that give my tortured darling rest, and all her absent griefs allay? When shall I feel the close embrace of my good goddess as in dreams? When kiss her smile, while on her face the water born of gladness gleams? When shall I pluck from out my heart, a heart by woes of absence torn, the pain of life from love apart, forget it like a garment worn? When the rainy season was drawing to a close, Rama fretted because Sugriva, king of the Vanars, was making no effort to collect his forces and prepare for the recovery of Sita. Instead, he drank wine and spent the days in merriment amongst his wives. At length Lakshmana visited the palace and threatened Sugriva with death because he had broken his promise, whereat the monarch summoned speedily his great armies of apes and bears in countless numbers. 4 divisions were then sent out to the north and the south, and eastward and westward, to look for Sita. Next to Nila, son of Agni, Jambavan Vidatta's son, Hanuman, the son of Marut, famed for deeds of valor done, unto Gaya and Gavaksha, Gandhamadan true and tried, unto Angad, prince and regent, thus the brave Sugriva cried, Noblest, bravest of our chieftains, greatest of our race are ye. Seek and search the southern regions, rock and ravine, wood and tree. Search the 1,000 peaks of Vindhya, lifting high its misty head, through the gorges of Narmada, rolling o'er its rocky bed. By the gloomy Godavari, and by Krishna's wooded stream, through Utkala's sea-girt forest, tinged by morning's early gleam. Search the towns of famed Dasarna and Avanti's rocky shore, and the uplands of Vidarbha, and the mountains of Mysore. Land of Matsyas and Kalingas and Kaushikas, regions fair, trackless wilderness of Dundak, seek with anxious toil and care. Search the empire of the Andhras, of the sister nations 3, Cholas, Cheras, and the Pandyas, dwelling by the southern sea. Past Kaveri's spreading waters, Malya's mountains towering brave, seek the isle of Tamraparni, gemmed upon the ocean wave. And after a month, the host came back from searching the north and west and east, sorry and dejected that they had not found Sita. But the southern host searched all the woods and caves and hidden places, till at last they came to the mighty ocean, the home of Varuna, boundless, resounding, covered with dreadful waves. A month had passed and Sita was not found. Therefore the monkeys sat dejected, gazing over the sea, and waiting for their end, for they dared not return to Sugriva. But there dwelt a mighty and very aged vulture named Sampati in a neighboring cave, and he, hearing the monkeys talking of his brother Jatayu, came forth and asked for news of him. Then the monkeys related to him the whole affair, and Sampati answered that he had seen Sita carried away by Ravana, and that Ravana dwelt in Lanka, 100 leagues across the sea. Do ye repair thither, he said, and avenge the rape of Sita and the murder of my brother. For I have the gift of foresight, and even now I perceive that Ravana and Sita are there in Lanka. Ami, the empire of the air is large. The earth is a great place, and I have heard it said by birds who have plunged and dived into it, the ocean seems to have no bounds nor limit. Yet, though a nest is of such insignificant size, it fills the heart more than a whole universe. Up among the crags of the old Himalaya, I used to roost beside Jatayu, and as we grew to be large birds, our stony nest could scarcely hold us, and we had to press close, close together, so close that we could hear and feel each other's hearts beat, and they kept time so nearly, it had been hard to say which was Jatayu's and which mine. It chanced one day that my brother and I, being thrilled by the wild air, started to fly a race together through Indra's world. But when noon came and the fierce sun looked straight at us, Jatayu tumbled and fell through the air head foremost. Then, full of love and pity, I outspread my large wings between him and the cruel sun, but the hot beams withered them up, and maddened with pain I staggered earthward and fell on the summit of this Mount Vindhya. Long I lay there unconscious, because my agony had exceeded what life can know. At length I awakened to the loss of death. Without its restful gain, I had no wings. My sight was dimmed, only the sense of pain was left. For some time I remained there, hoping all would be over soon, but death came not. Wearied out with suffering, I dragged myself down the rocky slope to the entrance of the cavern of the Saint Nishakara. There, leaning against a tree, I waited till the saint should pass, that I might ask him why death refused to give me rest. Towards evening, when the sleepy breeze was hushing the flowers to sleep, Nishakara came walking towards the hermitage, and behind him came a troop of wild animals, lions, tigers, leopards, bears, etc., lovingly escorting the holy man to his abode. The hermit looked at me with mild pity as he passed, but he entered the cavern without speaking to me. Then, very disconsolate, I thought to drag myself back whence I had come. But after a time the good Nishakara came forth to me and said compassionately, I saw two bold young vultures, sons of the great Garuda, bound forth to fly a race through Indra's world. The shape of one of them was like to thine, O poor wingless bird. Then mournfully I told my story. And wherefore hast thou come to me? Asked the saint when I paused. I looked up into his face with great despair. I would have thee ask the Lord of creatures to let me die, I said. Of what good is life to a bird who has no wings? Of what pleasure, thou wouldest say, answered Nishakara gravely. Were thy life of no good, the Lord of creatures had not left it thee. But I understand that it seems hard to thee. Thou art but one of the younger sons of Brahm, and even his eldest born, man, frets often at the fact that his own happiness is not the object of his being. Know then, for thy comfort, thou shalt have thy wings given back to thee some day. Wait patiently till the chance be given thee of serving a more noble being than thou. Afterwards thy power to float through Indra's world shall return, and thy love of life shall be redoubled. And so have I lived on patiently. Perchance this noble Rama may be he of whom the saint spoke. For if I do not err, I can give you tidings of his lost queen. But first I would ask your highnesses to carry me to the shores of Varuna's world, that I may celebrate the ceremony of lustrous waters in honor of my deceased brother. So the Simians led the noble bird to the seashore, and there Sampati offered the funeral honors which the rites command to the memory of the magnanimous vulture who perished by Ravana's hand. And he mourned there for the good Jatayu, and the impressionable apes mourned with him. Afterwards they carried Sampati back again to the mountain, and the princes of their company surrounded the kingly vulture, who, having purified himself in the cleansing waters, was resplendent with beauty, as though youth were returning to him. Then the monkeys grew more hopeful, but when they marched down to the shore and sat beside the heaving sea, they were again downcast, and took counsel together sadly enough. Now one monkey said he could bound over 20 leagues, and another 50, and one 80, and one 90, and Angada, son of Vali, could cross over 100, but his power would not avail for the return. Then Jumbo-one addressed Hanuman, and recalled his birth and origin, how the wind god had begotten him, and his mother Anjana had borne him in the mountains, and when he was still a child he had thought the sun to be a fruit growing in the sky, and sprang easily 3,000 leagues toward it, how Indra had cast a bolt at him, breaking his jaw, how the wind god in anger began to destroy the heavens and earth till Brahma pacified him, and granted him the boon that his son should be invulnerable, and Indra gave him the boon of choosing his own death. And do thou, heroic monkey, prove thy prowess now, and bound across the ocean, Jambavan said. For we look on thee as our champion, and thou dost surpass all things in movement and in vehemence. Then Hanuman roused himself, and the monkey host rejoiced. Swelling with pride and might, he boasted of the deed he would accomplish. Then he rushed up the mountain Mahindra, shaking it in his wrath and frightening every beast that lived in its woods and caves. Intent upon achieving a hard task where no friend could help and no foe hindered, Hanuman stood with head uplifted like a bull, and praying to the sun, to the mountain wind, to the self-create, and to all beings, he set his heart in the work to be accomplished. He grew great and stood like a fire with bristling hair, and roared with thunder, brandishing his tail. So he gathered energy of mind and body. I will discover Sita, or bring Ravana away in chains, he thought, and therewith sprang up so that the very trees were dragged upward by his impetus and fell back again behind him. He hurtled through the air like a mountain, his flashing eyes like forest fires, his lifted tail like Shakra's banner. So Hanuman held his way across the ocean. nor when the friendly ocean lifted up Mount Mainaka, well wooded and full of fruits and roots, would Hanuman stay to rest, but rising up, coursed through the air like Garuda himself. Then a grim rakshasi rose from the sea and caught him by the shadow and would devour him, but he dashed into her mouth and, growing exceeding great, burst away again, leaving her dead and broken. Then he perceived the farther shore, and thinking his huge form ill-fitted for a secret mission, he resumed his natural size and shape, and so alighted on the shore of Lanka, nor was he ever so little wearied or fatigued. On the mountain's summit, Hanuman beheld the city of Lanka, girt with a golden wall, and filled with buildings huge as cloudy mountains, the handiwork of Vishwamitra. Impatiently he waited for the setting of the sun, then, shrinking to the size of a cat, he entered the city at night, unseen by the guards. Now Lanka seemed to him like a woman, having for robe the sea, for jewels, cow-pens and stables, her breasts the towers upon her walls. And behold, as he entered in, she met him in a terrible shape and barred his way. Then Hanuman struck her down, though gently, considering her a woman, and she yielded to him, and bade him accomplish his affair. Hanuman made his way to the palace of Ravana, towering on the mountain top, girt with a wall and moat. By now the moon was full and high, sailing like a swan across the skyey sea, and Hanuman beheld the dwellers in the palace, some drinking, some engaged in amorous dalliance, some sorry and some glad, some drinking, some eating, some making music, and some sleeping. Many a fair bride lay there in her husband's arms, but Sita of peerless virtue he could not find, wherefore that eloquent monkey was cast down and disappointed. Then he sprang from court to court, visiting the quarters of all the foremost rakshasas, till at last he came to Ravana's own apartments, a very mine of gold and jewels ablaze with silver light. Everywhere he sought for Sita, and left no corner unexplored. Golden stairs and painted cars and crystal windows and secret chambers set with gems, all these he beheld, but never Sita. The odor of meat and drink he sniffed, and to his nostrils there came also the all-pervading air, and it said to him, "Come hither where Ravana lies." Following the air, he came to Ravana's sleeping place. There lay the lord of the Rakshasas upon a glorious bed, asleep and breathing heavily. Huge was his frame, decked with splendid jewels, like a crimson sunset cloud pierced by flashes of lightning. His big hands lay on the white cloth like terrible 5-hooded serpents. 4 golden lamps on pillars lit his bed. Around him lay his wives, fair as the moon, decked in glorious gems and garlands that never faded. Some, wearied with pleasure, slept where they sat. One clasped her lute like an amorous girl embracing her lover. Another fair one, skilled in the dance, made graceful gestures even in her sleep. Others embraced each other. There too was Mandodari, Ravana's queen, exceeding all others in her splendor and loveliness. And Hanuman guessed she must be Sita, and the thought enlivened him so that he waved his arms and frisked his tail and sang and danced and climbed the golden pillars and sprang down again, as his monkey nature moved him. But reflection showed his error, for he said, "Without Rama, Sita would not eat or drink or sleep or decorate her person, nor would she company with any other than he. This is some other one." So Hanuman ranged farther through the palace, searching many a bower in vain. Many fair ones he beheld, but never Sita, and he deemed she must be slain or eaten by the Rakshasas. So he left the palace and sat a while in deep dejection on the city wall. Hanuman wandered on until he reached the Ashoka grove. There he beheld the long-lost Sita, the queen of stars. Fierce she-demons surrounded her, and some were of fearsome shape. They had dogs' heads and pigs' heads, and the faces of horses and buffaloes. Some were of great bulk, and others were dwarfish. Some had but one eye, and others had 3 eyes. The ears of some hung touching the ground. Others that were hairy were the most horrible to behold. By the rich and royal mansion Hanuman his eyes did rest, on a woman sad and sorrowing, in her sylvan garments dressed. Like the moon obscured and clouded, dim with shadows deep and dark, like the smoke-enshrouded red fires, dying with a feeble spark, like the tempest-pelted lotus by the wind and torrent shaken, like the beauteous star Rohini by a graha overtaken. Fasts and vigils paled her beauty, tears bedimmed her tender grace, anguish dwelt within her bosom, sorrow darkened on her face, and she lived by rakshas guarded, as a faint and timid deer severed from her herd and kindred when the prowling wolves are near. And her raven locks ungathered hung behind in single braid, and her gentle eye was lightless, and her brow was hid in shade. This is she, the peerless princess, Rama's consort, loved and lost. This is she, the saintly Sita, by a cruel fortune crossed. Hanuman saw a marble palace with stairs of coral and floors of shining gold, and there lay one imprisoned, weak and thin as if with fasting, sighing for heavy grief, clad in soiled robes and guarded by horrid rakshases, like a deer among the dogs, or a shining flame obscured by smoke. Then Hanuman considered that this must be Sita, for she was fair and spotless, like a moon overcast by clouds, and she wore such jewels as Rama had described to him. Hanuman shed tears of joy, and thought of Rama and Lakshmana. But now, while he yet sat hidden on the tree, Ravana had waked, and that lordly rakshasa came with a great train of women to the Ashoka wood. They followed their heroic husband like lightnings following a cloud, and Hanuman heard the sound of their tinkling anklets as they passed across the golden pavements. Ravana came toward Sita, and when she saw him she trembled like a plantain tree shaken by the wind, and hid her face and sobbed. Then he wooed her in every way, tempting her with wealth and power and comfort, but she refused him utterly, and foretold his death at Rama's hands. But Ravana waxed wood wrath and gave a 2-month term, after which if she yielded not she should be tortured and slain. And leaving her to the horrid Rakshasi guards with orders to break her will, Ravana returned with his wives to his apartment. Then Sita, shrinking from the horrible she-demons, threatening her with death and torture, and reviling Rama, crept to the foot of the Ashoka tree where Hanuman was hidden. Hanuman kept watch, crouching in the branches of a tree, and at length he found it possible to approach her in secret. At first she feared that Ravana had assumed the form of Hanuman to deceive her, but she was reassured when the Vanara spy showed her the ring of Rama, and related how greatly he sorrowed because she had been taken from him. Then was her heart touched with sorrow, mingled with joy. Hanuman offered to carry her away, but in her modesty she refused to touch the body of any male being save Rama. She took from her hair a bright jewel which she gave to Hanuman as a token, and she said that Ravana had allowed her but 2 months to live if she refused to yield to him. "'Tis no dream's deceitful whisper," Hanuman spake to the dame, as from a darksome leafy shelter he to Rama's consort came. "Rama's messenger and vassal, token from thy lord I bring. Mark this bright ring, jewel-lettered, with the dear name of thy king. For the loved and cherished Sita is to Rama ever dear, and he sends his loving message, and his force is drawing near. Sita held that tender token from her loved and cherished lord, and once more herself she fancied to his loving arms restored, and her pallid face was lighted, and her soft eyes sent a spark as the moon regains her luster, freed from Rahu's shadows dark. And with voice of deep emotion in each softly whispered word spake her thoughts in gentle accents of her consort and her lord. Messenger of love of Rama, dauntless is thy deed and bold. Thou hast crossed the boundless ocean to the Raksha's castled hold. Thou hast crossed the angry billows which confess no monarch's sway, or the face of rolling waters found thy unresisted way. Thou hast done what living mortal never sought to do before, dared the Raksha in his island, Ravan in his sea-girt shore. Speak if Rama lives in safety in the woods or by the hill, and if young and gallant Lakshman, faithful, serves his brother still. Speak if Rama in his anger and his unforgiving ire hurls destruction on my captor like the world-consuming fire. Speak if Rama in his sorrow wets his pale and drooping eye, if the thought of absent Sita wakes within his heart a sigh. But Hanuman was not satisfied with finding Sita. He dashed about the Ashoka grove and broke the trees and spoiled the pavilions like the wind himself. The Rakshasi sent messages to Ravana for help, and he, hearing that a mighty monkey was destroying his servants, sent the powerful Jambumali, son of Prahasta, bow in hand, to slay Hanuman forthwith, and indeed he wounded him with a sharp arrow as he sat upon a temple roof, but Hanuman hurled a bolt at him and crushed him utterly. Then a host of heroic Rakshasas, led by Prince Aksha, proceeded against Hanuman and met their death. Next Indrajit was sent against him, and an awful battle was joined, whereat the very gods were amazed. He sent 1,000,000 shafts against the monkey, but he, ranging the sky, escaped them all. Then Indrajit paused, and with concentrated mind pondered over the true character of Hanuman, and with spiritual insight perceived that he was not to be slain by weapons. Therefore he devised a way to bind him, and he loosed a Brahma shaft at him. Therewith Hanuman was bound, and knew the bond unbreakable, and he fell to earth. But he reflected that it would be well for him to converse with Ravana, and therefore he struggled not, but let the Rakshasas bear him off. But they, seeing him still, bound him yet closer, pitifully moaning the while with cords and bark. But that binding was the means of his release, for the binding power of a Brahma weapon is broken at once, if another bond is added to it. But the wily monkey gave no sign that the bonds were loosed, and the fierce Rakshasas, crying to each other, "Who is he? What does he want?" and "Kill him, burn him, eat him," dragged him before Ravana. Questioned by Ravana's minister, Hanuman answered that he was indeed a monkey, come to Lanka as Rama's envoy, to accomplish his commands, and to behold Ravana. And he told the story of Rama up till then, and gave Ravana sound advice to save his life by surrendering Sita. Ravana was furious and would have Hanuman slain, but the counselors reminded him that the punishment of death could not justly be inflicted upon one who named himself an envoy. Then Ravana cast about for a fitting penalty, and bethought him to set Hanuman's tail afire. Then the Rakshasas bound the monkey's tail with cotton soaked in oil, and set it all ablaze. But the heroic monkey cherished a secret plan. He suffered the Rakshasas to lead him about Lanka, that he might the better learn its ways and strength. Then word was taken to Sita that that monkey with whom she had conversed was led about the streets of Lanka and proclaimed a spy, and that his tail was burning. Thereat she grieved, and praying to the fire, she said, "As I have been faithful to my lord, do thou be cool to Hanuman." The fire flamed up in answer to her prayer, and at that very moment Hanuman's sire blew cool between the flame and Hanuman. Perceiving that the fire still burnt, but that his tail was icy cold, Hanuman thought it was for Rama's sake and Sita's and his sire's that the heat was chilled, and he snapped his bonds and sprang into the sky, huge as a mountain, and rushed to and fro in Lanka, burning the palaces and all their treasures. And when he had burnt half Lanka to the ground and slaughtered many a rakshasa, Hanuman quenched his tail in the sea. Then all at once he repented of his rash deed, for he thought that Sita must have died in the fire. It is a small matter to have burnt Lanka, he reflected, but if Sita has lost her life, I have failed altogether in my work and will rather die than return in vain to Rama. But again he thought, it may be that that fair one has been saved by her own virtue. The fire that scorched me not, has surely never hurt that noble lady. Therewith he hastened back to the Ashoka tree and found her seated there, and he greeted her, and she him, and once more they spoke of Rama, and Hanuman foretold that he would speedily rescue Sita and slay the Rakshasas. Then Hanuman sprang up like a winged mountain and fared across the sea, now clearly seen, now hidden by the clouds, till he came to Mahendra, flourishing his tail and roaring like the wind in a mighty cavern. And all the monkey host rejoiced exceedingly to see and hear him, knowing that he must have found Sita. They danced and ran from peak to peak and waved the branches of trees in their clean white cloths, and brought fruits and roots for Hanuman to eat. Sugriva spoke and issued orders for a march of all the host toward the far south to lay a siege to Lanka, while Hanuman reported to Rama all that he had learnt of the strength and fortifications of the city, saying, "Do thou regard the city as already taken, for I alone have laid it waste, and it will be an easy matter for such a host as this to utterly destroy it." Now the monkey army went on its way, led by Sugriva and Rama, and the monkeys skipped for joy and bounded gleefully and sported one with another. With them went many friendly bears, ruled by Jumbo-one, guarding the rear. Passing over many mountains and delightful forests, the army came at length to Mahendra, and beheld the sea before them. Thence they marched to the very shore, beside the wave-washed rocks, and made their camp. They covered all the shore like a second sea beside the tossing waves. Then Rama summoned a council to devise a means for crossing over the ocean, and a guard was set, and orders issued that none should wander, for he feared the magic of the Rakshasas. Monarch of the mighty Rakshas, Ravana spake to warriors all, spake to gallant chiefs and princes gathered in his council hall. Listen, princes, chiefs, and warriors, Hanuman our land hath seen, stealing through the woods of Lanka unto Rama's prisoned queen. And audacious in his purpose, and resistless in his ire, burnt our turret, tower, and temple, wasted Lanka's town with fire. Speak your counsel, gallant leaders, Ravana is intent to hear. Triumph waits on fearless wisdom. Speak your thoughts without a fear. Iron-toothed Vajra Dunshtra then arose in wrath and pride, and his blood-stained mace of battle held in fury by his side. Wherefore, Ravana, waste thy forces on the foemen poor and vile, hermit Rama and his brother, Hanuman of impious wile. Bid me, with this mace of battle proud Sugriva I will slay, chase the helpless hermit brothers to the forest far away. Or to deeper counsel listen, varied shapes the Rakshas wear, let them wearing human visage, dressed as Bharat's troops, appear. Succor from his ruling brother, Rama will in gladness greet. Then with mace and blood-stained saber we shall lay them at our feet. Rock and javelin and arrow we shall on our foemen hail, till no poor surviving Vanar lives to tell the tragic tale. Then arose the brave Nikumba, Kumbhakarna's son was he, spake his youth's young heart's mighty passion in his accents bold and free. Need is none, O mighty monarch, for a battle or a war. Bid me meet the homeless Rama and his brother wandering far. Bid me face the proud Sugriva, Hanuman of deepest wile. I will rid thee of thy foemen and of Vanars poor and vile. Rose the chief with jaw of iron, Vajrahanu, fierce and young, licked his lips like hungry tiger with his red and lolling tongue. Wherefore, monarch, dream of battle? Rakshas feed on human gore. Let me feast upon thy foemen by the ocean's lonely shore. Rama and his hermit brother, Hanuman who hides in wood, Ungud and the proud Sugriva shall soon be my welcome food. The mighty deeds of Hanuman had stricken terror to the heart of Ravana. The demon king summoned a council of war to consider what should be done. All his warriors advised him to wage war, except Vibhishana, his younger brother, who censured the monarch for the offense which he had committed against blameless Rama. Hear my words, he said, and restore Sita to her rightful lord, or else Rama will swoop down upon thy kingdom, O Ravana, as a falcon who seizeth his prey. Make peace with him now, lest many perish in battle. Ravana was made angry and cried, Alas, for the love of my near relatives who sorrow at my fame and smile at my peril. They are ever jealous and full of guile because they hate me in their secret hearts. Evil is thy speech, O Vibhishana. Depart from me, false prince, and carry thy treason to our enemies. If thou wert not my brother, I would slay thee even now. Vibhishana was thus banished from the Rakshasa kingdom, and he immediately crossed the sea and joined the forces of Rama. But Vibhishan, deep in wisdom, Ravan's youngest brother he, spake the word of solemn warning, for his eye could farthest see. Pardon, king and honored elder, if Vibhishan lifts his voice 'gainst the wishes of the warriors and the monarch's fatal choice. Firm in faith and strong in forces, Rama comes with conquering might. Vain against a righteous warrior would unrighteous Ravan fight. Think him not a common Vanar, who transpassed the ocean wave, wrecked the city tower and temple, and a sign and warning gave. Think him not a common hermit, who Ayodhya ruled of yore, crossing India's streams and mountains, thunders now on Lanka's shore. What dark deed of crime or folly hath the righteous Rama done, that you stole his faithful consort unprotected and alone? What offense or nameless insult hath the saintly Sita given, she who chained in Lanka's prison pleads in piteous tear to heaven? Take my counsel, king and elder, Sita to her lord restore. Wipe this deed of wrong and outrage, Rama's righteous grace implore. Take my counsel, Raksha monarch, vain against him is thy might. Doubly armed is the hero, he who battles for the right. Render Sita to her Rama, ere with vengeance swift and dire he despoils our peopled Lanka with his bow and brand and fire. Render wife unto her husband, ere in battle's dread array Rama swoops down upon thy empire like a falcon on its prey. Render to the Lord his consort, ere with blood of Rakshas slain, Rama soaks the land of Lanka to the margin of the main. Listen to my friendly counsel, though it be I stand alone. Faithful friend, but fiery foeman is this Dasharata's son. Listen to my voice of warning, Rama's shafts are true and keen, flaming like the withering sunbeams on the summer's parched green. Listen to my soft entreaty, righteousness becomes the brave. Cherish peace and cherish virtue, and thy sons and daughters save. Anger swelled in Ravan's bosom as he cast his blood-red eye on Vibhishan, calm and fearless, and he spake in accents high. Rather dwell with open foemen, or in homes where cobras haunt, than with faithless friends who falter and whom fears of danger daunt. Oh, the love of near relations, false and faithless, full of guile, how they sorrow at my glory, at my danger, how they smile. How they grieve with secret anguish when my loftier virtues shine. How they harbor jealous envy when deserts and fame are mine. How they scan with curious vision every fault that clouds my path. How they wait with eager longing till I fall in fortune's wrath. Rama performed sacrifices to propitiate the god of ocean, so that the Vanar forces might be enabled to pass over to Lanka. But these proved to be unavailing. Then angrily he seized his bow and shot celestial weapons into the bosom of the deep. The earth and the sea were immediately convulsed, and darkness covered the heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder bellowed aloud. The mountains began to break in pieces. Rama next seized a fiery dart and threatened to dry up the waters of the ocean. At that moment, the king of ocean rose serenely above the weltering billows in all his splendor, attended by shining water snakes. He addressed Rama with great reverence, reminding him that according to ancient laws he must remain unfordable, but counseling him the while to seek the aid of the Vanar chief Nala, son of Vishwakarman, the divine artisan, so that a bridge might be constructed to enable the armies to cross the deep. Then the king of ocean vanished amidst the waves, and the heavens brightened again. Nala was immediately called upon to give his aid. Assisted by his workmen, this wonderful Vanar, whose body was green, constructed a causeway of rocky islands between the mainland and Lanka, and to this day it is called Rama's Bridge. Rama, meanwhile, set up the linga symbol of the god Shiva, and worshipped it on that holy island, which hath since been called Rameshvaram. Dreadful were the omens of war that showed themselves. The earth shook, the clouds rained blood, a fiery circle fell from the sun. But the monkeys roared defiance at the rakshasas, whose destruction was thus foretold. Then Rama, beholding Lanka towering up to pierce the heavens, built by Vishwakarman, wrought as it were of mind rather than matter, hanging in the sky like a bank of snow-white clouds, was downcast at the thought of Sita prisoned there, but he arrayed the host of bears and monkeys, and laid siege to Lanka. Meanwhile Ravana's spies, sent in monkey shape to gather news, brought tidings thereof to Lanka, and advising him of Rama's resistless power, counseled that Sita should be surrendered. But Ravana was enraged and drove the spies away disgraced, and sent others in their place, but ever with the same result. No help was there then but to give battle, or yield up Rama's bride, but Ravana took counsel first to betray Sita to his will. He told her that the monkey host had been dispersed, and Rama slain, and a rakshasi came in bringing the semblance of Rama's head and bow, and Sita knew them and was grieving out of all measure and crying aloud with many lamentations, and she prayed Ravana to slay her by Rama's head that she might follow him. But therewith came in a messenger from the Rakshasa general, calling Ravana to the battle. And he turned to the field of war, and when he left, the head and bow immediately vanished, and Sita knew them to have been but counterfeits and vain illusions. Then the monkeys advanced in order and swarmed about the walls, flooding the moat and striking terror into the hearts of the Rakshasas. Scaling parties climbed the walls and battered down the gates with trees and stones, shouting victory for Rama and for Sugriva. The Rakshasas sallied forth in turn with horrid trumpetings and joined in battle with the monkeys, and all the air was filled with the noise of fighting, and terrible confusion arose of friend and foe and man and beast, and the earth was strewn with flesh and wet with gore. Thus an equal battle raged till evening, but the Rakshasas waited for the night, and eagerly desired the setting of the sun, for night is the Rakshasa's time of strongest might. So night fell, and the demons ranged, devouring monkeys by thousands. Then those of Rama's party rallied, and for a time prevailed, and Indrajit, the son of Ravana, was beaten back. But he, resorting to his magic, became invisible, and showered deadly wounding arrows upon Rama and Lakshmana. Fighting in crooked ways, he bound them fast so that they fell helpless to the ground, covered with 1,000 wounds. Sugriva, Hanuman, Vibhishana, and all the leaders of the monkeys stood round about those wounded heroes with tear-filled eyes. But Indrajit, unseen of any save his uncle Vibhishana, rejoiced and let fly many a shaft that wounded Hanuman and Nila and Jambawan. Then Indrajit returned to Lanka as a victor, and his father welcomed him, and for a while the fighting ceased. Now Vibhishana rallied the frightened monkeys and comforted Sugriva, saying, "This is no time for giving way to grief. Rama is not dying. Do thou gather the forces and inspire them with fresh hope." But the monkeys were panic-stricken, and if even a straw moved, they deemed it to be a Rakshasa. And Ravana, meanwhile, taking Sita on his car, showed to her Rama and Lakshmana lying on the field, senseless and pierced with many arrows, wounded and lying in the dust, and she deemed them to be dead, and wailed, but Ravana brought her back to Lanka. Meanwhile Rama came to himself, and seeing Lakshmana seeming to be dead, he made great lamentation. And praising what the monkeys had done, though unsuccessful, he gave them leave to go whither they would across the bridge and seek their homes. And Vibhishana too had no more taste for battle or desire for the throne of Lanka. But Sugriva comforted them and gave them fresh courage, and the monkey chief Sushena told of a magic herb that grows by the milky ocean and can restore the dead to life. And let the wind god's son go thither for it, he said. But as he spoke, a stormy wind arose, lashing the sea and shaking the very mountains, and suddenly the monkeys beheld Garuda, sailing through the air like a flaming fire. As Garuda came nigh, the arrows fell from the wounded heroes like frightened serpents darting away. And when he bent in salutation and touched their faces with his hands, the sons of Dasharata were healed, and they came to their former strength and radiance, and more. Then Rama questioned Garuda who he was, and he answered, "I am thy friend, thy life free-ranging external to thyself, Garuda, and I have come to aid thee, hearing that thou wert bound by the magic shafts of Indrajit. Now thou shouldst take warning how the Rakshasas fight with cunning and magic, and thou shouldst never trust them in the field. I take my way. Thou needst not wonder how friendship came to be between us. Thou shalt know all after the battle is achieved. Surely thou shalt slay Ravana and win back Sita." With this, Garuda, embracing Rama and Lakshmana, embracing too the monkey chiefs, rose into the sky and sailed away upon the wind. Then the monkey chiefs, seeing Rama and Lakshmana restored to life and power, began to roar and frisk their tails. Drums and kettle drums were struck, and seizing trees, hundreds and thousands of monkeys advanced again upon the gates of Lanka. The Rakshasas were in desperate straits, and bethought them to awaken Kumbhakarna, the mightiest of all the demons. In former days he had terrorized the universe. He continually devoured human beings, and had defeated Indra even. But Brahma intervened and decreed that he would sleep for 6 months, and then awaken for 1 day only. Each time he awoke he devoured a great meal, after which he was again overpowered by slumber. Thousands of men danced and shouted and blew trumpets beside the great sleeper, but he could not be wakened. Elephants were driven over his body, yet he never moved. Then beautiful women came and caressed him, and he suddenly opened his eyes and roared like to the sea. His eyes were red with anger, and he cried, "Why have I been awakened before my time?" The Rakshasas informed Kumbhakarna of the army which surrounded the city, and they brought him much food. Greedily he swallowed swine and deer and many human beings, and drank rivers of wine. Refreshed but not yet satisfied, he arose and said, "Where are the apes, so that I may devour them?" He mounted his chariot and went forth to battle. The apes trembled to behold him and fled, panic-stricken. Sugriva rallied them quickly, and then they began to fling trees and boulders, but these were all splintered to pieces on the limbs of the giant. He defeated Hanuman and seized Sugriva and carried him off in his chariot. Thousands of apes were devoured by the mighty rakshasa. At length Kumbhakarna went against Rama, and a fierce conflict ensued, but in the end Rama discharged flaming arrows and severed his head from his body. The monster staggered backward and fell into the ocean, and great billows arose and tossed angrily in the midst of the swollen deep. Then Ravana grew ever more heavy of heart, but Prince Indrajit came to his father and vowed to slay Rama and Lakshmana that day, and he sallied forth. But first he offered libations unto fire, and sacrificed a goat, and the bright smokeless fire god with his flickering tongue rose up to take the offering, and he bestowed a Brahma weapon on Indrajit, and blessed his bow and car with charms. Armed with that weapon, Indrajit slew countless hosts of monkeys, and laid low Sugriva and Angada and Jambawan and Nila and other chiefs, but himself remained invisible. Then Rama, seeing him thus weaponed and unassailable, counselled a semblance of defeat, and Indrajit returned victorious to Lanka. Then Vibhishana and Hanuman ranged the field, beholding thousands of slain and wounded, a horrid sight and grim, and they came nigh to the king of the bears, Jambawan, and asked if he yet lived. He answered faintly, recognizing Vibhishana's voice, and asked if Hanuman was alive. Then Hanuman bowed to Jambawan and held his feet. Jambawan rejoiced, and despite his wounds he spoke to the wind god's son. "Do thou labor for this host of bears and monkeys, for only thou canst save them. Thou shalt bound over the sea, and reach Himalaya, king of mountains, and bring thence the 4 life-giving herbs that grow on him, and return forthwith with healing for the monkey host." Then Hanuman roared and sprang, and he passed across the sea and over hills and woods and rivers and cities, till he came to Himalaya and beheld its hermitages. He ranged the mountain, but the herbs were hidden from him. And, angered and impatient, Hanuman rooted up the whole mountain, and sprang with it into the air, and returned to Lanka, welcomed by all the host. And the slain and wounded monkeys rose up whole, as if from restful sleep, healed by the savor of the 4 medicinal herbs. But all the slain rakshasas had been cast into the sea. Then Hanuman took the mountain peak again to Himalaya, and returned to Lanka. Indrajit arose in anger, for his gallant kinsmen slayed. In his arts and deep devices Sita's beauteous image made, and he placed the form of beauty on his speeding battle car. With his sword he smote the image in the gory field of war. Rama heard the fatal message which his faithful Vanars gave, and a death-like trance and tremor fell upon the warrior brave. But Vibhishan, deep in wisdom, to the anguished Rama came, with his words of consolation spake of Rama's righteous dame. "Trust me, Rama, trust thy comrade, for I know our wily house. Indrajit slays not the woman whom his father seeks as spouse. 'Tis for Sita impious Ravan meets thee on the battlefield, stakes his life and throne and empire, but thy Sita will not yield. Deem not that the king of Rakshas will permit her blood be shed. Indrajit slays not the woman whom his father seeks to wed. 'Twas an image of thy Sita Indrajit hath cleft in twain. While our army wails in sorrows, he performs his rites again. To the holy Nikumbila Indrajit in secret hies, for the rites which yield him prowess hide him in the cloudy skies. Let young Lakshman seek the foeman ere his magic rites be done. Once the sacrifice completed, none can combat Rama's son. Let young Lakshman speed through Lanka till his wily foe is found, slay the secret sacrificer on the sacrificial ground. Unto holy Nikumbila Lakshman with Vibhishana went, bravest, choicest of the army Rama with his brothers sent. Magic rites and sacrifices Indrajit had scarce begun, when surprised by armed foemen rose in anger Ravana's son. Art thou he? Thus to Vibhishana Indrajit in anger spake, brother of my royal father, stealing thus my life to take. Raksha, born of Raksha parents, dost thou glory in this deed? Traitor to thy king and kinsmen, false to us in direst need. Scorn and pity fill my bosom thus to see thee leave thy kin, serving as a slave of foemen, stooping to a deed of sin. For the slave who leaves his kindred, basely seeks the foeman's grace, meets destruction from the foeman after he destroys his race. Untaught child of impure passions, thus Vibhishana answer made, of my righteous worth unconscious, bitter accents hast thou said. Know, proud youth, that truth and virtue in my heart precedence take, and we shun the impious kinsman as we shun the poisonous snake. Listen, youth, this earth no longer bears thy father's sin and strife, plunder of the righteous neighbor, passion for the neighbor's wife. Earth and skies have doomed thy father for his sin-polluted reign, unto gods his proud defiance and his wrongs to sons of men. Listen more, this fated Lanka groans beneath her load of crime, and shall perish in her folly by the ruthless hand of time. Thou shalt perish, and thy father, and this proud presumptuous state. Lakshman meets thee, impious Raksha, by the stern decree of fate. Hast thou too forgot the lesson? Indrajit to Lakshman said. Twice in field of war, unconscious, thee with Rama have I laid. Dost thou, stealing like a serpent, brave my yet unconquered might? Perish, boy, in thy presumption in this last and fatal fight. Spake the hero. Like a coward hid beneath a mantling cloud, thou hast battled like a caitiff safe behind thy sheltering shroud. Now I seek an open combat. Time is none to prate or speak. Boastful word is coward's weapon. Weapons and thy arrows seek. Soon they mixed in dubious combat. Fury fired each foeman's heart. Either warrior felt his rival worthy of his bow and dart. Lakshman with his hurtling arrows pierced the Raksha's golden mail. Shattered by the Raksha's weapons, Lakshman's useless armor fell. Red with gore and dim in eyesight, still the chiefs in fury fought, neither quailed before his foeman. Pause nor grace nor mercy sought, till with more than human valor Lakshman drew his bow amain, slayed the Raksha's steeds and driver, severed too his bow in twain. If the great and godlike Rama is in faith and duty true, gods assist the cause of virtue, Lakshman uttered as he drew. Fatal was the dart unerring, gods assist the true and bold. On the field of Nikumbila, Lakshman's foeman headless rolled. Ravana lamented for the death of his son, crying, "He was the mightiest of my heroes and the dearest to my heart. All the gods feared him, yet by a mortal was he laid low. O my son, thy widow wails for thee, and thy mother weeps in sore distress. Fondly I deem that when the frailties of old age afflicted me, thou wouldst close mine eyelids in death. But youth is taken first, and I am left alone to battle against mine enemies." For a time the mighty demon wept, then he arose in wrath to wreak vengeance. First of all he hastened towards the Ashoka grove to slay Sita. But the Rakshasa dames concealed the wife of Rama and prevailed upon Ravana not to pollute his fame by slaying a woman. One cried to him, "Auspicious is the last day of the waning moon. The hour of thy vengeance is nigh. Turn thee towards the battlefield." and great glory will be thine. Anguish filled the father's bosom, and his fleeting senses failed, till to deeper sorrow wakened, Lanka's monarch wept and wailed. Greatest of my gallant warriors, dearest to thy father's heart, victor over bright immortals, art thou slain by Lakshman's dart. Noble prince, whose peerless arrows could the peaks of Mandar stain, and could daunt the dread destroyer, art thou by a mortal slain. In the skies the bright immortals lisp thy name with terror pale, on the earth our maids and matrons mourn thy fall with piercing wail. Hark the voice of lamentation waking in the palace halls, like the voice of woe in forests when the forest monarch falls. Hark the wailing widowed princess, mother weeping for her son, leaving them in tears and anguish. Indrajit, where art thou gone? Full of years, so oft I pondered, when the monarch Ravana dies, Indrajit shall watch his bedside, Indrajit shall close his eyes. But the course of nature changes, and the father weeps the son. Youth is fallen, and the aged lives to fight the foe alone. Tears of sorrow, slow and silent, fell upon the monarch's breast. Then a swelling rage and passion woke within his heaving chest. Like the sun of scorching summer glowed his faith and wrathful shame. From his brow and rolling eyeballs issued sparks of living flame. Perish she, exclaimed the monarch, she-wolf Sita dies today. Indrajit but cleft her image, Ravana will woman slay. Followed by his trembling courtiers, regal robes and garments rent, Ravan, shaking in his passion, to Ashoka's garden went. Maddened by his wrath and anguish, with his drawn and flaming sword, sought the shades where soft-eyed Sita, silent, sorrowed for her lord. Woman's blood the royal saber on that fatal day had stained, but his true and faithful courtiers Ravan's wrathful hand restrained. And the watchful Rakshasa females, girdled round the sorrowing dame, flung them on the path of Ravan to withstand a deed of shame. Not against a woman, Ravan, mighty warriors raised their hand. In the battle, spake the courtiers, duty bids thee use thy brand. First in Vedas and in learning, court not thus a caitiff's fate. Woman's blood pollutes our valor, closes heaven's eternal gate. Leave the woman in her sorrow, mount upon thy battle car. Faithful to our king and leader, we will wake the voice of war. 'Tis the 14th day, auspicious, of the dark and waning moon. Glory waiteth thee in battle, and thy vengeance cometh soon. All resistless in the contest, slay thy foeman in his pride. Seek as victor of the combat widowed Sita as thy bride. Slow and sullen, dark and silent, Ravan then his wrath restrained. Vengeance on his son's destroyer deep within his bosom reigned. Ravana went gloomily away. He mounted his chariot to battle against his enemies, remembering those who had already fallen. Followed by a great army, he swept from the city like a tempest cloud which darkens the summer heaven. He beheld his brother Vibhishana fighting for Rama, and angrily cast at him a great weapon, but Lakshmana flung a javelin which shattered it in flight. Ravana smiled grimly and shouted to Lakshmana, "Slayer of my son, I welcome thee. Thou hast protected Vibhishana. Now protect, if thou canst, thine own self." Having spoken thus, he flung a great dart which pierced the heart of Lakshmana and pinned him to the earth. Rama stooped over the fallen hero and cried, "Alas, art thou fallen, mine gallant brother? Thy weapons have dropped from thy hands. Death claims thee, but, O Lakshmana, thou wilt not die alone. I am weary of battle and of glory, and when my task is ended, I will follow in thy footsteps. The love of wife or friend is easily won, but the love of a faithful brother, equal to thine, is rarely found in this world of illusions. Dearest of brothers, greatest of heroes, wilt thou never awaken from thy deathly swoon? or open again thine eyes to behold me? Alas, the lips of Lakshmana are silent, and his ears are stopped. In the darkness of night Hanuman again hastened northward in speedy flight to obtain the mountain which he had aforetime carried to Lanka. The physician found upon it the healing herbs. He pounded them and made a paste, which he placed under the nostrils of the unconscious warrior. Then Lakshmana rose up again, healed and hale and powerful. Rama rejoiced greatly and turned against his foes. A night attack was made upon the Rakshasa capital, and the apes intercepted a sacrifice which Ravana sought to offer up to the gods so as to compel their aid. Many fair mansions were given to the flames. Not in dastard terror Ravan sought his safety in his flight, but to seek fresh steeds of battle ere he faced his foeman's might. Harnessing his gallant coursers to a new and glorious car, sun-like in its radiant splendor, Ravan came once more to war. Gods in wonder watched the contest of the more than mortal foes, Ravan mighty in his vengeance, Rama lofty in his woes. Gods in wonder marked the heroes lion-like in jungle wood. Indra sent his arms and chariot where the human warrior stood. Speed, Matali, thus spake Indra, speed thee with my heavenly car, where on foot the righteous Rama meets his mounted foe in war. Speed, for Ravan's days are ended and his moments brief and few. Rama strives for right and virtue, gods assist the brave and true. Brave Matali drove the chariot drawn by steeds like solar ray, where the true and righteous Rama sought his foe in fatal fray. Shining arms and heavenly weapons he to lofty Rama gave. When the righteous strive and struggle, gods assist the true and brave. Take this car, so said Matali, which the helping gods provide. Rama, take these steeds celestial, Indra's golden chariot ride. Take this royal bow and quiver, wear this falchion dread and dire. Vishwakarman forged this armor in the flames of heavenly fire. I shall be thy chariot driver and shall speed the thundering car, slay the sin-polluted Ravan in this last and fatal war. Rama mounted on the chariot, clad in arms of heavenly sheen, and he mingled in a contest that mortal eyes have never seen. Shukra sent down from heaven his car and his charioteer, named Matali, to aid the son of Dasharata in his fight, and Rama went about and greeted it, and, mounting upon it, seemed to light the whole world with his splendor. But Ravana loosed at him a rakshasa weapon, and its golden shafts, with fiery faces vomiting flames, poured over Rama from every side and changed to venomous serpents. But Rama took a Garuda weapon and loosed a flight of golden arrows, changing at will to birds, and devouring all the serpent arrows of the Rakshasa. Then the presiding deities of all the weapons came to stand by Rama, and what with this auspicious omen and other happy signs, Rama began to harass Ravana sorely and wounded him, so that his charioteer, beholding him as if at the point of death, turned away from the field of battle. Then the revered Agastya, come thither with the gods to witness the defeat of Ravana, drew near to Rama and taught him, Rama, Rama, great armed hero, my child, hearken to the eternal secret, the heart of the sun, whereby thou mayst overcome every foe. Do thou worship Sun, Lord of the world, in whom dwells the spirit of all the gods. Hail, hail, O thousand rayed, hail to Aditya, thou wakener of the lotus, thou source of life and death, destroyer of all darkness, light of the soul, who wakest when all sleep and dwellest in every heart. Thou art the gods and every sacrifice and the fruits thereof. Do thou worship with this hymn the Lord of the universe, and thou shalt conquer Ravana today. Then Rama hymned the sun, and purified himself with water sippings, and was glad, and he turned to deal with Ravana, for the Rakshasa had come to himself again, and was eager for the battle. Each like a flaming lion fought the other, Head after head of the 10-necked one did Rama cut away with his deadly arrows, but new heads ever rose in place of those he cut off, and Ravana's death seemed nowise nearer than before. The arrows that had slain Maricha and Kara and Vali could not take the king of Lanka's life away. Suddenly Rama darted forward. He drew his bow and shot a swift arrow which smote off one of Ravana's 10 heads. But immediately another appeared in its place. Then the hero seized the flaming weapon which Brahma had created for the protection of the gods. With unerring aim he discharged it in flaming splendor. It struck the demon. It cleft in twain his heart of iron. Roaring in his fierce agony, Ravana fell ponderously upon the plain and immediately expired. So was the enemy of gods and men put to death by peerless Rama. Celestial music was heard in heaven, and flowers fell upon the plain of victory. A voice came down the wind, saying, "O victor of truth and righteousness, thy task is now ended." The rakshasa hosts broke in flight when Ravana fell, and Rama entered the city in triumph. Vibhishana burned the body of his fallen brother and performed the funeral rites. Thereafter he was proclaimed king of Lanka. Long and dubious battle lasted, shook the ocean, hill, and dale. Winds were hushed in voiceless terror, and the livid sun was pale. Still the dubious battle lasted, until Rama, in his ire, wielded Brahma's deathful weapon, flaming with celestial fire. Weapon which the saint Agastya had unto the hero given, winged as lightning dart of Indra, fatal as the bolt of heaven. Wrapped in smoke and flaming flashes, speeding from the circled bow, pierced the iron heart of Ravana, laid the lifeless hero low. And a cry of pain and terror from the Raksha ranks arose, and a shout from joying Vanars as they smote their fleeing foes. Heavenly flowers and rain descended on the red and gory plain, and from unseen harps and timbrels rose a soft celestial strain. And the ocean heaved in gladness, brighter shone the sunlit sky, soft and cool the gentle zephyrs through the forest murmured by. Sweetest scent and fragrant odors wafted from celestial trees fell upon the earth and ocean, rode upon the laden breeze. Voice of blessing from the bright sky fell on Raghu's valiant son, champion of the true and righteous. Now thy noble task is done. Hast thou fallen, wept in anguish, Ravana's first and eldest bride, Mandodari, slender-waisted, queen of Lanka's state and pride? Hast thou fallen, king and consort, more than gods in warlike might, slain by man, whom bright immortals feared to face in dubious fight? Not a man, the dark destroyer, came to thee in mortal form, or the heaven-traversing Vishnu, Indra, ruler of the storm. Gods of sky, in shape of Vanars, help the dark and cruel deed, girdling round the discus wielder in the battle's direst need. Well I knew, when Kara, Dushan were by Rama's prowess slain, Rama was no earthly mortal, he who crossed the mighty main. Well I knew, when with his army he invested Lanka's gate, Rama was no earthly mortal, but the messenger of fate. And I prayed the faithful Sita might unto her consort go, for 'tis writ that nations perish for a righteous woman's woe. But for impious lust of woman, all forgetful of thy wife, thou hast lost thy crown and kingdom, thou hast lost thy fated life. Woe to me! The sad remembrance haunts my tortured bosom still, of our days on famed Kailasha, or on Meru's golden hill. Done the days of joy and gladness, Mandodari's days are done, since her lord and king and husband from her dear embrace is gone. Sorely wept the queen of Lanka. Rama, tender, tearful, true, bade the funeral rites and honors to a fallen foeman due. And they heaped the wood of chandan, and the fragrant garland laid On the pyre they lifted Ravan, in the richest robes arrayed. Weeping queens and sorrowing rakshas round their fallen leaders stood. Brahmins with their chanted mantras piled the dry and scented wood. Oil and cords and sacred offerings were upon the altar laid, and a goat of inky darkness as a sacrifice was slayed. Piously the good Vibhishana lighted Ravan's funeral pyre, and the zephyrs, gently blowing, fanned the bright and blazing fire. Slow and sad with dew ablutions, mourners left the funeral site. Rama then unstrung his weapon, laid aside his arms of might. But now Rama called Hanuman to him and sent him to search for Sita and inform her of all that had befallen. And he found her still by the Ashoka tree, guarded by Rakshasis. Hanuman stood before her humbly and told his tale, and she gave him the message, "I desire to behold my lord." Then the radiant monkey came to Rama and gave him Sita's message. Rama wept thereat and was plunged in thought, and with a heavy sigh he said to Vibhishana, "Do thou bring Sita hither quickly, bathed and fitly adorned with sandal paste and jewels." He repaired to her and gave her Rama's command. She would have gone to him unbathed. "But thou shouldst do according to thy Lord's word," he said. "So be it," she replied. And when she had made her ready, worthy bearers brought her on a palanquin to Rama. Rama, beholding her, who had long been the prisoner of Ravana and overcome with sorrow, was stricken at once with fury, joy, and grief. "O Lord of Rakshasas, O gentle king," said he to Vibhishana, "do thou bring Sita near to me." Then Vibhishana drove away the crowd of monkeys, bears, and Rakshasas, and the attendants with canes and drums roughly hustled the assembled host. But Rama bade them desist, and ordered that Sita should leave her palanquin and come to him on foot, saying to Vibhishana, "Thou shouldst rather comfort than harass these our own folk. No sin is there when women are seen abroad in time of war or danger, at an own choice, or at marriage. There can be no wrong in seeing her, the more so as I am here to guard her." Vibhishana, cast down at that rebuke, brought Sita humbly up to Rama, and she stood, shamefast, hiding, as it were, her true self in her outward shape, beholding Rama's face with wonder, joy, and love. At the sight of him her sorrow vanished, and she shone radiant like the moon. But Rama, seeing her stand humbly near him, could no more hold back his speech, and cried, "O gentle one, I have subdued thy foe, and wiped away the stain upon my honor. The work of Hanuman in crossing the deep and harrying Lanka, of Sugriva with his army and his council, and of Vibhishana hath borne its fruit, and I have fulfilled my promise by my own might, accomplishing the duty of a man." Then Sita looked on Rama sadly, like a deer, with tear-filled eyes, and Rama, seeing her so near, but bethinking him of honor in the sight of men, was torn in twain. "I have wiped away the insult to our family and to myself," said he, "but thou art stained by dwelling with another than myself. What man of high degree receives back a wife who hath lived long in another's house? Ravan has held thee on his lap, and gazed on thee with lustful eyes. I have avenged his evil deed, but I am unattached to thee. O gentle one, I am forced by a sense of honor to renounce thee. For how should Ravana have overlooked thee, so fair and dainty as thou art, when he had thee at his will? Do thou choose what home thou wilt, whether with Lakshmana, or Bharata, or Sugriva, or with Vibhishana." Then Sita, hearing that cruel speech of Rama, little like his wonted words, trembled like a swaying vine and wept with heavy tears, and she was ashamed before that great assembly. But she wiped the tears from her face and answered him, Ah, why dost thou speak thus roughly and unkindly? Seeing the ways of other women, thou wilt trust in none. But, O thou long-armed hero, I am my own sufficient witness to my purity. It was not with my consent that another touched my person. My body was not in my power, but my heart that lies under my own sway is set on thee alone. O thou, my lord and source of honor, our affection increased by living continually together for a long time. And now, if thou dost not know my faithfulness, I am undone forever. O king, why didst thou not renounce me when Hanuman came? Then would I have given up my life, and thou needest not have undertaken all thy labor, nor laid a burden on thy friends. Thou art angered like a common man, thou seest not in me but womanhood. I am called the daughter of Janaka, but in sooth I was born of earth. Thou knowest not my true self. Then Sita turned to Lakshmana and said with faltering speech, O son of Sumitra, build me a funeral pyre. Therein is my only refuge. Branded with an undeserved stigma, I will not live. Lakshmana, wrought with grief and anger, turned to Rama. In obedience to his gesture, he prepared the funeral pyre. Then Sita, circumambulating Rama, standing with downcast eyes, approached the fire. With folded hands she stood and prayed, Inasmuch as my heart has never turned from Rama, do thou, O fire, all men's witness, guard me. Since Rama cast me away as stained, who in sooth am stainless, do thou be my refuge. Then Sita went about the pyre and entered the burning flames, so that all, both young and old, assembled there were overcome with grief, and the noise of uttermost wailing and lamentation arose on every hand. Rama stayed immovable and rapt, but the gods came down to Lanka in their shining cars, and folding their hands prayed Rama to relent. Thou that dost protect the worlds, why dost thou renounce the daughter of Janaka, leaving her to choose the death by fire? How can it be thou knowest not what thyself art? Thou wast in the beginning and shalt be at the end. Thou art first of all the gods, thyself the grandsire and creator. Why dost thou treat Sita after the fashion of a mere man? Said they. To whom Rama replied, I know myself only as a man, Rama, the son of Dasharata. Now let the grandsire tell me who I am and whence I came. Then Brahma answered, Hearken, thou whose virtue lies in truth. O Lord, thou art Narayana, bearing disc and mace. Thou art the one-tusked boar. Thou goest beyond the past, the present, and the future. Thine is the bow of time. Thou art creation and destruction. Thou art the slayer of all enemies. Thou the forgiveness and control of passions. Thou art the refuge of all gods and hermits. Thou art manifest in every creature, in cows and Brahmins, in every quarter, in sky and river and mountain peak. 1,000 limbs, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 heads are thine. Thy heart am I, thy tongue Sarasvati. The closing of thy eye is night, its opening day. Sita is Lakshmi, and thou Vishnu. And, O Rama, now Ravana is slain, do thou ascend to heaven, thy work accomplished. Naught shall they lack whose hearts are set on thee, nor fail who chant thy lay. Then Fire, hearing those happy words, rose up with Sita on his lap, radiant as the morning sun, with golden jewels and black curling hair, and he gave her back to Rama, saying, O Rama, here is thy Sita, whom no stain has touched. Not in word or thought or look has Sita turned aside from thee. Albeit tempted every way, she did not think of Ravana, even in her inmost heart. As she is spotless, do thou take her back. Rama, staying silent for a while, with shining eyes pondered the speech of Agni. Then he answered, "Because this fair one dwelt long time in Ravana's house, she needed vindication before the assembled folk. Had I taken her unproved, the people would complain that Rama, son of King Dasharata, was moved by desire and set at naught social law. I know well that Sita's heart is set on me alone, and that her own virtue was her sufficient refuge from the assaults of Ravana. She is mine, as the sun's rays are the sun's. I can no more renounce her, but rather it behooves me to obey your happy words." Thus the glorious son of Dasharata regained his bride, and his heart was glad. "Mark, my love," so Rama uttered, as on flying Pushpakar, borne by swans, the home-returning exiles left the field of war. Lanka's proud and castled city on Trikuta's triple crest, as on peaks of bold Kailasha, mansions of immortals rest. Mark the gory fields surrounding, where the Vanars, in their might, faced and fought the charging Rakshas in the long and deathful fight. Indrajit and Kumbhakarna, Ravana and his chieftains slain, fell upon the field of battle, and their red blood soaks the plain. Mark where dark-eyed Mandodari, Ravana's slender-waisted wife, wept her widow's tears of anguish when her monarch lost his life. She hath dried her tears of sorrow, and bestowed her heart and hand on Vibhishana, good and faithful, crowned king of Lanka's land. See, my love, round Ceylon's island, how the ocean billows roar, hiding pearls in eaves of corals, strewing shells upon the shore, and the causeway far extending, monument of Rama's fame, Rama's bridge to distant ages shall our deathless deeds proclaim. See the rock-bound fair Kishkinda, and her mountain-girdled town, where I slayed the warrior Vali, placed Sugriva on the throne. And the hill of Vishwamitra, where Sugriva first I met, gave him word he would be monarch ere the evening sun had set. See the sacred lake of Pampa, by whose wild and echoing shore Rama poured his lamentations when he saw his wife no more. And the woods of Janastana, where Jatayu fought and bled, when the deep deceitful Ravana with my trusting Sita fled. Dost thou mark, my soft-eyed Sita, cottage on the river's shore, where in righteous peace and penance Sita lived in times of yore? And by gloomy Godavari, Saint Agastya's home of love, holy men by holy duties sanctify the sacred grove. Dost thou o'er the Dundak forest view the Chitrakuta hill? Deathless bard, the Saint Valmiki, haunts its shade and crystal rill. Thither came the righteous Bharata, and my loving mother came, longing in their hearts to take us to Ayodhya's town of fame. Dost thou, dear devoted Sita, see the Yumna in her might, where in Bharadvaja's ashram passed we, love, a happy night? And the broad and ruddy Ganga, sweeping in her regal pride, forest dweller, faithful Guha, crossed us to the other side, to the southern side. Joy, joy, my gentle Sita, fair Ayodhya looms above, ancient seat of Raghu's empire, nest of Rama's hope and love. Bow, bow to bright Ayodhya, darksome did the exiles roam, now their weary toil is ended in their father's ancient home. The exile of Rama was now ended, and he returned speedily to Ayodhya with Sita and Lakshmana and Hanuman. Bharata welcomed his elder brother and laid the sandals at his feet, saying, "These are the symbols of thy rule, O Rama. I have guarded the throne for thee. Now take thy crown and govern thy kingdom. I give thee back thine own." Rama was crowned on the morrow amidst the rejoicings of the people, and prosperity returned once again to the kingdom. Bharat lifted up his glances unto Rama from afar, unto Sita, unto Lakshman seated on the Pushpakar, And he wafted high his greetings, and he poured his pious lay, as one wafts the chanted mantra to the rising god of day. Silver swans, by Rama's bidding, soft descended from the air, and on earth the chariot lighted, car of flowers, divinely fair. Bharat, mounting on the chariot, sought his long-lost elder's grace. Rama held his faithful younger in a brother's dear embrace. With his greetings unto Lakshman, unto Rama's faithful dame, to Vibhishana and Sugriva, and each chief who thither came, Bharat took the jeweled sandals with the rarest gems inlaid, placed them at the feet of Rama, and in humble accents said, "Tokens of thy rule and empire these have filled thy royal throne. Faithful to his trust and duty, Bharat renders back thine own. Bharat's life is joy and gladness, for returned from distant shore, thou shalt rule thy spacious kingdom and thy loyal men once more. Thou shalt hold thy rightful empire and assume thy royal crown. Faithful to his trust and duty, Bharat renders back thine own." Joy, joy in bright Ayodhya, gladness filled the hearts of all. Joy, joy, and lofty music sounded in the royal hall. 14 years of woe were ended. Rama now assumed his own, and they placed the weary wanderer on his father's ancient throne. And they brought the sacred water from each distant stream and hill, from the vast and boundless ocean, from each far and sacred rill. Vashishta, the bard of Vedas, with auspicious rites and meat, placed the monarch and his consort on the gemmed and jeweled seat. Gautama and Katyayana, Vamadeva, priests of yore, Jabali and wise Vijaya, versed in holy ancient lore, poured the fresh and fragrant water on the consecrated king, as the gods anointed Indra from the pure ethereal spring. Vedic priests with sacred mantra, dark-eyed virgins with their song, warriors girt in arms and weapons round the crowned monarch throng. Juices from each fragrant creeper on his royal brow they place, and his father's crown and jewels Rama's ample forehead grace. And as Manu, first of monarchs, was enthroned in days of yore, so was Rama consecrated by the priests of Vedic lore. Brave Shatrughna on his brother cast the white umbrella's shade, bold Sugriva and Vibhishana waved the chowri, gem inlaid. Vayu, god of gentle zephyrs, gift of golden garland lent. Indra, god of rain and sunshine, wreath of pearls to Rama sent. Gay Gandharvas raised the music, fair Apsaras formed the ring. Men and nations hailed their Rama as their lord and righteous king. And 'tis told by ancient sages, during Rama's happy reign, death untimely, dire diseases came not to his subject men. Widows wept not in their sorrow for their lords untimely lost. Mothers wailed not in their anguish for their babes by Yama crossed. Robbers, cheats, and gay deceivers tempted not with lying word. Neighbor loved his righteous neighbor, and the people loved their Lord. Trees their ample produce yielded as returning seasons went, and the earth in grateful gladness never failing harvest lent. Rains descended in their season, never came the blighting gale. Rich in crop and rich in pasture was each soft and smiling vale. Loom and anvil gave their produce, and the tilled and fertile soil, and the nation lived rejoicing in their old ancestral toil. In their old ancestral. Time went past, but the sorrows of Sita were not ended. The people whispered against the fair queen, doubting her virtue because that she had been taken away by Ravana, and they wondered Rama had received her back. At length her husband, yielding to the wishes of his subjects, banished the innocent queen from the kingdom. The faithful Lakshmana conducted her towards the southern jungles and abandoned her nigh to the hermitage of Valmiki, counseling her with tears to take refuge with the saintly poet. Valmiki received her with pity, and soon afterwards she gave birth to 2 sons who were named Lava and Kusha. 16 years went past, and Rama's mind was troubled because that he had slain Ravana, who was the son of Pulasya, the rishi. So he resolved to perform the Ashwamedha, the horse sacrifice, to cleanse his soul of sin. The horse was sent forth to wander through the land, and when it approached the hermitage of Valmiki, Lava and Kusha, the sons of Rama and Sita, took possession of it. They defeated the royal army and wounded Shatrughna. Lakshmana hastened forth with another army, but he was also grievously wounded and defeated by the young heroes. Then Rama himself went southward to wage war and recapture the horse. When his sons came forth against him, Rama wondered to find that they were so like to himself in countenance and bearing. His heart was filled with tenderness, and he asked them, "Whose children are you?" Lava and Kusha greeted him with reverence and said, "Sita is our mother, but we know not the name of our sire." Valmiki told Kusha and Lava to recite the Ramayana everywhere, and if any questioned them, to name themselves as Valmiki's disciples. So they went about and sang of Rama's deeds. Rama called a great assembly of the Brahmins and all kinds of grammarians and artists and musicians, and the hermit children sang before them all. Wondrous and delightful was their song, and none could hear enough of it, but all men drank up the children with their eyes and murmured, "They are as like to Rama as one bubble is like another." When Rama would have given them wealth, they answered, "We are dwellers in the forest. What use would money be to us?" And when he asked who had composed that song, they answered, "Valmiki, who is our teacher. And, O king, if the story of thy feats delights thee, do thou hear it all at leisure." So Rama hearkened to the story day by day, and from it he learnt that Kusha and Lava were the sons of Sita. Then Rama mentioned Sita's name before the assembly, and sent a messenger to inquire from the hermits if they would vouch for her faithfulness, and to ask herself if she were willing to give proof of her innocence again. "Ask her," he said, "if she will swear before the people to establish her own purity and mine." The hermits sent back the message that she would come, and Rama was glad thereof, and appointed the next day for the taking of the oath. When the appointed time had come, and all were seated in the assembly, immovable as mountains, Valmiki came forward, and Sita followed him with downcast glance, and folded hands, and falling tears. And there rose a cry of welcome and a murmuring in the assembly when they saw Sita following Valmiki thus, like the Vedas following Brahma. Then Valmiki spoke before the people and said to Rama, "O son of Dasharata, albeit Sita is pure and doth follow the path of righteousness, thou didst renounce her near my hermitage because of the people's censure. Do thou now permit her to give testimony of her purity. And, O Rama, I myself, who follow truth, tell thee that these twin children are thy sons. Also I swear before thee that if any sin be found in Sita, I will forego the fruit of all austerities I have practiced for many 1,000 years." Then Rama, seeing Sita standing before the assembly like a goddess, with folded hands, replied, "O Great One, thou art ever virtuous, and thy words convince me of the purity of Sita. I recognize these brothers Kusha and Lava as my sons, yet Sita shall give testimony herself for the sake of those that have come here to witness her avowal." Then there blew a sweet, cool, fragrant air, a divine zephyr such as used to blow only in the Golden Age, and folk were astonished that that air should blow also in the Second Age. But Sita, with downcast looks and folded palms, said, "I have never thought of any one but Rama, even in my heart. As this is true, may the goddess of the earth be my protection. I have always, with mind and body and words, prayed for Rama's welfare, and by this I pray Vasudhara to receive me. Then a heavenly throne rose up from within the earth, borne on the heads of mighty Nagas, decked in shining jewels, and the earth stretched out her arms and welcomed Sita and placed her on the throne, and the throne sank down again. Thereat the gods cried out in praise of Sita, and all beings on earth and in the sky were filled with wonder and astonishment, so that one mood for a single moment swayed all the universe at once. But Rama sat down, stricken with sorrow and with hanging head, and he was torn by grief and anger that Sita had disappeared before his very eyes, and he would have destroyed the very earth if she would not give Sita back. But Brahma said, O Rama of firm vows, thou shouldst not grieve. Rather remember thy essential Godhead, and bethink thee thou art Vishnu. Sita is blameless and pure, and for her virtue she has gone to the abode of Nagas, but thou shalt be with her in heaven. But now Rama was heavy-hearted, and the whole world seemed empty without Sita, and he knew no peace. He gave the monkeys and the kings and hermits gifts, and sent them back to their own homes, and he made a golden image of Sita to share with him in the performance of sacred rites, and 1,000 years passed, while all things prospered in the kingdom of Ayodhya. At length there came to Rama's palace the mighty yogi Time, and Rama honored him. He named himself Time, begotten by Narayana on Maya, and he reminded Rama of his godly self and all that he had achieved in heaven and on earth. O Lord of the world, he said, thou wast born on earth for the destruction of the 10-necked rakshasa, and thou didst undertake to dwell on earth for 11,000 years. Now that time is ripe, and the grandsire sendeth me to tell thee. Now wilt thou reign yet longer over men, or wilt thou return to the lordship of the gods? Then Rama praised the yogi and said he had spoken truth, and for himself he would return to his own place. But already Lakshmana had left his home and gone to the banks of the Saryu to practice great austerities, and there the gods rained flowers upon him, and Indra lifted him from the earth and returned to his own city, so that all the gods, seeing the fourth part of Vishnu come back to them, were gladdened and began to worship him. Then Rama would follow the same path. Hearing that Rama was going away, the monkeys, born of the gods, went to Ayodhya and beheld him. And Sugriva said, I have set Angada upon the throne of Kishkinda, and I will follow thee. Then Rama granted the desire of all the monkeys to follow him, but to Hanuman he said, It is determined already that thou shalt live forever. Do thou be glad on earth, so long as the tale of me endures. To Jambawan and some others Rama appointed life till the end of the Kali age, and other bears and monkeys he gave leave to follow him. To Vibhishana he gave good counsel regarding government, and ever to worship Jagannatha, Lord of the world. The next day Vasishta prepared all due rites for those who go to the other world, and all men following Rama and the Brahmins set out for Sarayu. When they came to Sarayu, Brahma, the grandsire, came thither with the godly folk, and 100,000 goodly cars, and the wind of heaven blew, and flowers rained down from heaven upon earth. Then Brahma said to Rama, Hail, O Vishnu! Do thou, with thy brothers, enter in again in whatsoever form thou wilt, who art the refuge of all creatures, and beyond the range of thought or speech, unknown of any save thy Maya. Then Vishnu entered heaven in his own form, with his brothers, and all the gods bowed down to him and rejoiced. Thus did all beings there assembled, entering the waters of Sarayu, attain to the heavenly state, and Brahma and the gods returned to their own abode. Thus ends Ramayana, revered by Brahma and made by Valmiki.